Chapter 4694. Boom. The ground shook, and a powerful chi wave spread in all directions. Zichen's body once again slid backward, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The young man's robes fluttered. He stood in place, having dissolved all the energy, and said, "It seems that you are already at the end of your rope." In just 2 short exchanges, he had already figured out Zichen's background. He formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed forward. A ray of sword chi appeared at his fingertips, and it headed straight for Zichen. Zichen barely dodged it. Another tear appeared on his blood-stained white robes, and under the tear was a wound. The young man, Shun Hao, stood in place and attacked repeatedly. Ray after ray of sword chi headed straight for Zichen. Zichen began to dodge, running left and right. He looked very pathetic. If Zichen had killed 38 people in the Yang realm in a row before, showing his heroic spirit, fearless, and powerful strength, then the current Zichen was a pitiful person who could only rely on dodging to survive. Everyone knew what was going on, and they were also very clear that it was already very impressive that Zichen could do this. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died countless times. But this was Zichen after all. Whether it was the Spirit Clan, the Shun Clan, or the Demon Clan, they all knew that Zichen was recognized as the #1 person. They were also full of expectations for him. It seemed that as long as Zichen existed, there would always be countless miracles. Unfortunately, no miracle happened today. The powerful Zichen could only run in front of people of the same realm. Shun Hao was still attacking unhurriedly, silently watching Zichen dodge. Although this could not immediately kill Zichen, it was better to be safe. This damned guy. The monk was furious. He was about to step forward, but he was pulled back by the devil ape. Now is not the time to be impulsive. The situation was very unfavorable to them. At present, the 2 sides had not started fighting because the battle between Zichen and Shun Hao had not ended. If the monk were to rush forward now, not to mention whether he could shatter that space to save Zichen, if he angered those head realm experts and caused the battle to break out in advance, Zichen would really have no chance of survival. I didn't expect that the #1 expert of the spirit realm would have such a difficult time. Mo Zhengtian sighed as he watched Zichen jumping up and down. Then, a look of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. And it's so ugly. At this moment, Zichen's lofty image disappeared with the passage of time. The god race and demon race expressed their disdain and mocked him incessantly. It seemed that after being suppressed by Zichen for so many years, they were too depressed. Therefore, after seeing Zichen in a predicament today, everyone was relieved. On the spirit race's side, apart from a few who were appreciative of this scene, everyone else had complicated expressions on their faces. The strongest cultivator in the same realm had actually fallen to such a state. He is a strong cultivator. If you want to kill him, just kill him. Why do you have to humiliate him? Xing Chen shouted in dissatisfaction. The young man shot out another beam of sword chi and replied, "It is precisely because he is a strong cultivator that I respect him like a mortal enemy. Even if he is seriously injured, I still think that he is the strong Zichen. Therefore, I have to fight steadily. As for the humiliation you speak of, I don't think it exists." There were already more than a dozen wounds on Zichen's body. His white robe was completely dyed red. If he was at his peak, would you have attacked him like this? Xing Chen said, "Don't try to change the concept here. You just want to humiliate him. You want to regain the face that the god race has lost for so many years. It's just that this method is even more shameless and makes people laugh at you. You think that you have won glory for the god race, but in fact, you have made the world despise your despicable actions. There are no IFS in this world." The young man was still calm and unmoved. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Only by maintaining absolute calm could one obtain the final victory. The others were very anxious. They looked at Chung Ho and Hanu for help. The 2 of them just watched the battle, unmoved. They were unwilling to accept this. They looked at Su Mengyaro, but she couldn't see anything either. However, she still had faith in Zichen. Even if Zichen was on the verge of collapse and couldn't stand steadily. After another dozen beams of sword chi, the young man finally stopped. Zichen stood there, his body swaying. His vision was a bit blurry. "Why haven't you fallen?" the young man asked. "You clearly can't hold on any longer." Zichen bit the tip of his tongue to clear his mind. "If it were you, what would you do?" The young man smiled. "If it were me, I naturally wouldn't fall. Because behind me are my friends. If I die, my friends won't be able to live either. Therefore, I want to drag this out for as long as possible." "That's right." Zichen wiped away the blood that blurred his vision. "Then come. I admire you, so I'll let you experience the true power of the god race." The young man no longer attacked from afar. Instead, he clenched his fist and rushed forward. He punched Zichen's chest, but Zichen's attack followed, hitting the young man's shoulder. The young man's body swayed, but Zichen was sent flying. The two of them were not on the same level at all. The young man rushed forward again. Zichen's body swayed. Just as the young man approached, Zichen's eyes suddenly sharpened. He dodged to the side and then punched the young man's left rib. Thunder power shook the young man, and the young man moved several steps to the side. Zichen's body flickered. He rushed forward again and punched again. The young man was hit by the second punch and could only retreat again. At this moment, Zichen seemed to possess boundless strength. Punch after punch landed, and the young man was pushed back again and again. There was an uproar behind him. No one expected Zichen to still have the strength to fight back at this time. The old man's expression did not change. Child's play. After 9 punches in a row, a powerful force shook from the young man's body. Zichen, who was about to punch the 10th time, was directly sent flying by this powerful force. "I gave you 9 chances, but you didn't hurt me." The young man looked down at Zichen. "You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Accept your fate. No matter how unwilling you are, there is a limit. You're already very good to have reached this point." Zichen fell to the ground. He looked at the young man, his eyes full of unyielding. He swayed and stood up again. He slowly stretched out his hand, clenched his 5 fingers, and said, "Die." A power shook in the young man's body, trying to destroy his vitality. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of the young man's mouth. The young man smiled and said, "It's a good spell. Unfortunately, you don't have any strength left. Of course, you can't kill me. What a pity, what a pity. I didn't have the chance to have a real battle with a powerhouse like you. It's one of the biggest regrets of my life." Zichen clenched his fists and looked at the young man. It was unknown what he was muttering. His injuries were too severe, and he couldn't speak clearly. "So, I'll give you a dignified death." The young man moved forward again. This time, he still didn't use any spell, only his own strength. However, in front of Zichen, it was as if a fierce tiger was pouncing on him. Just that gust of wind was enough to make him wobble. The young man approached, and with a dull sound, Zichen's body was sent flying into the space barrier. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth, and his aura became very weak. The young man was surprised. "You're still alive. It seems that you're more tenacious than I thought. As a human, your body is actually not weaker than mine, a member of the god race who specializes in body tempering." Zichen couldn't even speak. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth, but he stood up again. His tenacity was moving. In the distance, Wang Xian'er and the rest were crying. However, they tried their best to cover their mouths to prevent themselves from crying out loud. Zichen stretched out his hand weakly. He was still muttering something, but no one could hear him. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth with every sound he made. "You can't accept this, right? However, everyone has to die. Just like how you killed Lord Kumar, Brother Shen Xiao Yuan, and my companions, it's your turn now." The young man's eyes were filled with intense killing intent for the first time. "So, it's all over for you. End it. From now on, there will be no more Zichen in this world." The young man charged forward. However, no one could see his body anymore. What they saw was a heaven tiger that was emitting colorful light. The heaven tiger came in front of Zichen. It opened its mouth and wanted to swallow Zichen. Zichen stretched out his hand weakly. He was still muttering something. Originally, no one should have heard him. However, In the next moment, everyone seemed to have heard him clearly. Sword of Lightning. Chapter 4695. Young Shun Hao transformed into a sky tiger. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world, looking down at the insignificant lives in front of him. Everyone seemed to be able to see the scene of Zi Chen being killed. Those who had a grudge against Zi Chen started to laugh and celebrate in advance. Those in the head realms also laughed. Their future enemy was finally going to die. That might not happen again. The old man also laughed. The first step of the plan was completed very smoothly. Next, it was time for the second step. The 6 existences who worked together to support the array still had cold expressions on their faces. Su Mengyaro and the others were extremely nervous at this moment. But unlike the others, they knew that they had not reached the point of despair yet. Even though the Sky Tiger was already the main character of this moment, with countless colorful rays of light blooming, the world only had the light of the Sky Tiger. A voice that should not have appeared sounded in the next moment. It was very clear, and there was even a hint of majesty in it. Sword of Thunder. The words were spoken slowly, but they were completed the moment the Sky Tiger approached. The Sky Tiger, which should have been shining brightly, was overshadowed by a ray of light. A ray of light appeared in Zi Chen's palm. It was extremely bright, even dazzling. The ray of light suddenly appeared like a bolt of lightning, heading towards the approaching Sky Tiger. The surrounding space seemed to have begun to distort. Countless power of rules that should have disappeared appeared around the ray of light out of thin air. It was a ray of sword light. It was just that no one could see the ray of sword light clearly. Only the 6 existences in the sky saw it. Their cold expressions finally changed. Their expressions changed drastically, and they felt extremely incredulous. Their expressions changed, and they lost their composure. Then, more people saw the ray of sword light clearly. It was a very short ray of sword light, and the light on its surface was not as dazzling as before. It flew behind the Sky Tiger and returned to Zi Chen's side. During this time, a drop of blood dripped from the sword light. The light in the sealed space disappeared, and the strange phenomenon that appeared previously also disappeared. There was no colorful Sky Tiger at all. Young Shun Hao stood in front of Zi Chen. His palm was like a tiger's claw, and he gripped Zi Chen's neck. Zi Chen was still holding out his hand, and blood was spurting from his mouth. No one knew where the short sword went. Or maybe it was an illusion. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Zi Chen and Shun Hao were motionless. No one knew who had won or lost. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Was it real or an illusion? Even the old man himself was unsure. It was very quiet all around, a deathly silence. Boom. The surrounding space suddenly collapsed. The 6 existences in the sky seemed to have suffered a great impact, and their bodies dimmed. The others could not react in time, but the worldly laws could. Countless life force laws descended from the sky and flew towards Zi Chen, the protector. No one could be faster than the rules, let alone in such a situation. The life force of laws entered his body, healing Zi Chen's injuries. The others were slow to react, and what followed was an intense uproar. Zi Chen, who was supposed to die, was actually still alive. Instead, it was the young man who died. Was it the sword light from before? What was that thing? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Why is this happening? The young man, Shun Hao, asked. He also couldn't believe it. Victory was right in front of him. How could it be reversed? In the middle of his eyebrows, there was a dark red mark, like an upside-down date pit. In fact, it was left by the sword light. It was a real fatal blow. Zi Chen took 2 steps back. The young man no longer had the strength to break his neck. Because I guessed that the final enemy might be you, I deliberately left this attack for you, Zi Chen said. The young man still couldn't believe it. Or rather, he couldn't accept this result. After killing 38 Yang Plain cultivators in a row, I knew that I was no longer your opponent. I could only wait for you to be careless. So, during this time, I didn't hesitate to be seriously injured by you. Zi Chen said, in fact, it wasn't intentional. It was because I was really no match for you. But I knew that if I wanted to survive, I had to endure until you completely let down your guard against me. From the beginning, you held back in your attack because you were worried that I had other tricks up my sleeve. So, even if you let me attack you a few times, you had to find out my trump card. Do you want to ask what would happen if I couldn't hold on until the last moment? It's very simple. I would die. This was a gamble. I used my severely injured life to bet that you would have a complete life. Since it was a gamble, of course, there were risks. However, the risks weren't great because very few people would show great patience in front of an enemy who was bound to die, let alone a great enemy like me. Zichen smiled and said, "So, after you tested me again, you decided to use your most powerful means to kill me because this was the safest way. But you didn't know that the moment you let down your guard was the moment you died." The light in Shun Hao's eyes dimmed. His body finally collapsed. He was dead. In fact, he was already dead at the moment when the space collapsed. He didn't collapse because his last will was still there. Or rather, it was obsession. Die. A voice that contained infinite murderous intent sounded. The old man disregarded his status and came in front of Zichen. But then, a cold aura appeared. The Lady of Ice stood in front of Zichen and blocked the attack for him. The Lady of Ice pulled Zichen and quickly retreated. Endless cold aura circulated around Zichen, but it didn't hurt him at all. The two of them retreated far away. The old man stood in place but didn't immediately follow. He was furious but suppressed his emotions for some reason. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Good, very good. As expected of the Zichen of the past. You are still so insidious and cunning." Zichen responded indifferently, "If this is what you call insidious and cunning, then what do you call what you did just now? You're an old man, yet you're so shameless." Zichen had been seriously injured before, but as he came into contact with the rules, endless vitality flowed into his body, and his injuries began to recover. The space had already collapsed. It would be difficult for them to plot against Zichen again. The 6 existences in the sky were still standing. Compared to when they sealed the space, their bodies were slightly dimmer. They must have suffered a backlash. The others were still shocked. They didn't expect Zichen to accomplish such a feat, or was this another miracle? This guy is really lucky. He didn't die even like this. Mo Di cursed softly. It'll be troublesome to kill him now. It's not troublesome, but it's impossible, Mo Yi said in a deep voice. Mo Yi said with a trembling voice, and this time, it wasn't just luck that allowed Zichen to survive. We should admit that he has an extraordinary mind. This way, he won't be careless in the future. That's right. Today's situation is also a lesson for us. Mo Zhengtian nodded. This was why he admired Mo Yi's trembling. At this moment, Zichen's voice sounded, "You 6, why aren't you scramming now? Are you waiting for death?" Zichen walked out from behind the Lady of Ice and waved his hand. One of them began to distort as if a powerful force was tearing his body apart. Chapter 4696. The former white-robed youth could devour the power of Danxiang and the others. When the power disappeared, Danxiang and the others would die. This was something that even the Gaduan king could not do. It was a unique ability of the white-robed youth. After Zichen killed the white-robed youth, he obtained the latter's ability, but he had never used this special method. On one hand, Danxiang and the others had saved him and were his friends. He could not attack his own friends. On the other hand, Zichen also felt that this method was too inhumane. After all, it was forcibly plundering the power that others had painstakingly accumulated. But today, facing these guise schemes, Zichen no longer had any scruples and directly used the devouring method. This was another ability that Zichen used after using the laws of battle. The light flew in front of Zichen. Zichen opened his mouth and swallowed this power into his stomach. The taste was wonderful. This was pure power. After entering the body, it immediately transformed into his own power. Zichen vaguely felt that his power had become stronger. The improvement was so obvious. Zichen's eyes lit up. No wonder the youth was so keen on this path. With this devouring method, there was no need to waste time cultivating. As long as he kept devouring, his power would increase. Zichen seemed to have seen a shortcut to cultivation, so when he looked at the 6 existences, there was pity in his eyes. The 6 people quickly retreated, but they did not retreat. They still had other ideas. Zichen smiled disdainfully and waved his hand again. A power was forcibly pulled out from the second person. Your mission is complete. You can go. The old man's voice had returned to calmness. The 6 existences quickly left. Zichen shouted, "Wait for me, I will find you soon. This hatred must be avenged." "You won't have the chance," the old man said. The most outstanding junior in the clan had died, but the old man could quickly calm down. It was obvious that he was extraordinary. The situation seemed to have returned to how it was before. Zichen's side did not have the support of other First Realm experts, so the situation was still unfavorable to them. The old man walked forward, his speed was not fast, as if deliberately creating pressure. The other First Realm experts also began to move forward. It seemed that the 2 sides were about to fight. Zichen looks back at Su Mengyao. They communicate with each other through their eyes. After a little hesitation, Su Mengyao steps back immediately. The others leave with Su Mengyao. This battle wasn't something that Yang Realm cultivators could participate in. When the battle started, it would be best for everyone to leave early. No one insisted on staying, because that would only become a burden. The old man noticed that Tyrant and the others had left, but he didn't care. Those people were all in the speech realm, any head realm cultivator would be able to kill them all. There was nothing to fear. Now, their primary goal was to kill these head realm cultivators and not leave a single one alive. The exotic beasts in the distance also walked forward. It was unknown what method the old man used, but he actually joined forces with these head realm exotic beasts. From the looks of it, the god race and demon race were in cahoots with Gadu and King. Zichen glances at Chung Ho with a questioning look in his eyes. Chung Ho shook his head. "This time, we just came in to take a look, purely to join in the fun. We didn't expect them to do such a thing, so we only have a few people." Zichen said, "In other words, we're in trouble this time?" Chung Ho said in a deep voice, "It's not just trouble, it's very troublesome. If there's a chance, let him escape, don't try to show off. But you don't have to run, their main target is you, but the few of us have a chance." A sharp aura appeared, and Chung Ho tactfully shut his mouth. This guy, all the time, he was thinking of letting him die. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat him, Zichen would have punched him in the face. The old man closed in step by step, while looking around. "Your spirit race only has a few people this time? What about the other head realm cultivators? Could it be that they want to watch you die with their eyes wide open? Everyone says that your spirit race is cold-hearted. Today I see that you live up to your reputation." At this moment, in the sky, in a place no one could see, a man sat on the sea of clouds, with a small beast beside him. The man and the beast had been watching the show for a long time, and the man felt very bored. He yawned and said, "Say, don't you think this guy talks too much nonsense?" The small beast beside him nodded in agreement. "If we don't fight, I'll be sleepy." The man looked into the distance. Standing at this height, looking at a situation that can be seen through with a glance, it's really boring. However, compared to before, it's not as boring. "Shui Wu, I have to say, your performance is very good. You actually didn't have the impulse to go down, otherwise, everything would be over. Everyone would be done for." Shui Wu didn't speak, its eyes staring at the man in white below. It only looked at him. It wanted to see him, but it didn't dare. The old man looked around and didn't see anyone else. He said disappointedly, "Since that's the case, then so be it." He waved his hand, and the exotic beasts behind him immediately pounced forward. They were the first to make a move. "Forget it, let's go too." The white-furred rat gritted its teeth and was the first to rush forward. Then, the cat, dog, and chicken followed. However, the difference in numbers between the 2 sides was too great. On average, each of them had to fight 1 against 2. The silver wolf pounced over. The moment it landed, a hole appeared on the ground and the silver wolf fell into it. Then, the white-furred rat rushed forward and hit the tiger with a stick, forcing it back. However, it only forced it back and couldn't hurt it at all. He didn't expect the battle of the head realm to start in such a way. Let's fight. Whether we can survive or not will depend on fate. Chung Ho muttered and immediately rushed forward. At this moment, the man in the sky muttered, Lord Chung Ho, with your face, it would be strange if you died. Lady Frost, you have to be careful. Those things might target you. The 4 head realm experts also rushed forward. Once again, only Zichen was left in the field. Zichen looked at the old man who also didn't make a move. Shall the 2 of us fight? The old man said disdainfully, you think you're worthy of fighting me? Zichen didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of Su Mengyaro and the others. A head realm expert appeared out of thin air, holding a black blade in his hand and slashing towards Su Mengyao's neck. No! Zichen shouted and immediately rushed forward. It's too late, let's just enjoy her death. Chapter 4697. The old man blocked Zichen's path and said with a smile. He looked at Zichen's expression. He did not expect that girl to be so important to Zichen. Of course, this was not revenge on Zichen because of Shunhao's death. He did not want to do that. The reason why he killed that girl was because she was good at divination and could influence some of the heavenly secrets. Even if she was only in the speech realm, there would still be problems. In this matter, or in this matter of the future, he would not allow any problems, not even the slightest accident, to occur. Shunhao's death was an accident, but it was not because he had made such an assumption before. The attack of the head realm fell. The flower in front of Su Mengyaro flashed and ripples surged out. She wanted to influence the opponent's mind to fight for a chance of survival. In the next moment, the ripples dissipated. Su Mengyaro suffered a backlash and blood gushed out from her throat. The eyes of the head realm cultivator were cold. The attack did not stop at all. The others did not react. Everyone's attention was on the battlefield. No one thought that there would be a head realm cultivator in the dark who would launch a sneak attack on them. Seeing that Su Mengyaro was about to be beheaded, a light suddenly appeared and enveloped her body. Just as the attack of the head realm fell, Su Mengyaro suddenly disappeared. Only a few strands of hair fluttered in the air. Su Mengyaro appeared a few feet away. She was still in shock. There was another person beside her. After seeing the person's face clearly, she shouted in surprise, Master. Standing beside Su Mengyaro was the current Peak Lord of Tianyang Peak, Shongting. Zichen had met this Peak Lord once. She seemed to have an inexplicable relationship with Lei Di, and her temper was not very good. He did not expect that she would also come to the alternate world and appear at such a critical moment. Most importantly, she had also reached the head realm. I knew that you would be in trouble. Fortunately, I did not appear too late. Little Mengyao, go to one side and wait. I am here. Shongti glanced at Su Mengyaro and then looked at the head realm in front of him again. His expression gradually turned cold. Su Mengyaro was puzzled, but now was not the time to ask questions. She immediately retreated. The others also retreated once again, but their emotions still hadn't recovered. The previous moment was really too dangerous. If Shongti hadn't appeared in time, Su Mengyaro would have been beheaded. This is impossible. The old man's expression changed. His move was a stroke of genius, but it actually failed. After all, it was only after he discovered that girl that he suddenly had this idea. How could someone still see through his intentions? But after hearing how the girl addressed him, he understood the reason. Since he was that little girl's master, he naturally had some means. He didn't expect that the other party would also advance to the head realm. The old man glanced at Zichen again. Most likely, this had something to do with him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to break through the head realm. Good, very good. The old man nodded, but his eyes became even colder. That's good. You're too short-sighted, you old thing. A mocking laugh resounded. It was the ancient saint Venerable Ninghua who was guarding the god-suppressing gate. You're really looking down on us spirit clan people. Just as Ninghua's voice fell, several figures appeared in the sky. Each of them had the aura of the head realm. Zichen also noticed the newcomers. He even found an old acquaintance. The Saint Venerable of the Holy Thunder Clan, Li Haoqing, had been Zichen's grandfather for many years. Zichen knew that he wasn't an ancient Saint Venerable, but he didn't expect that he had broken through. Ninghua said, "Zichen, they were able to break through to the head realm directly because of you. Because you successfully killed the Tao protector here and took his methods for yourself, in addition to your own breakthrough, the suppression of the rules weakened for everyone. This allowed those with unlimited potential to take another step forward and reach the head realm." Zichen suddenly understood. So that's how it was. A total of 8 head realm cultivators of the Spirit Clan appeared in the sky. This was of course extremely good news for everyone. At the very least, this battle would be worth fighting. They wouldn't be as passive as before. I knew it was like this. The white-furred rat, who was burrowing in and out of the ground, was very excited. After burrowing out of the ground, it retreated far away. With the increase in numbers, the battle would be redistributed. It didn't need to fight 1 against 2, which was quite dangerous. Compared to the rat burrowing in and out of the ground, the other 3 companions were more or less injured. The appearance of these people was completely out of Chung Ho's expectations. He was very surprised. He looked at Ninghua and asked, "This was all arranged by you?" Ninghua said, "How could I have such ability? It's Fairy Shang-Ti." She sensed the abnormality here in advance and made some arrangements. You also know that for someone like Fairy Shang-Ti, she has a premonition. The old man said indifferently, "This is why I hate existence and the world. Heaven's will can always be trampled on by them. You old man, don't flatter yourself. Heaven's will? With your little schemes, you call this heaven's will?" Chung Ho said disdainfully, "If this is heaven's will, then is it heaven's will that your grandson was killed by Zichen?" The old man looked at Chung Ho and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to talk so much nonsense." Chung Ho mocked, "I didn't expect you to put your old face out there and attack a junior, and a sneak attack at that. You've completely disgraced our era. Everyone who tries to pry into the heavenly Tao deserves to die." The old man looked at the sky and said sincerely, "The heavenly Tao is grand and sacred. How can it be blasphemed by puny humans?" The old man's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Su Mengyaro and Shang-Ti. "So, you still have to die. Old man, everyone can talk big. Do you think you still have a chance?" Chung Ho looked at him. The old man said, "So, I'm going to tell you a truth today. Everyone who tries to pry into the heavenly Tao is futile. Because there will be a time when a person's strength is limited, but the heavenly Tao is endless." Zichen looked at the old man like he was looking at a madman. The old man looked away from the sky and glanced at the head realms one by one. "Are there any head realms from the spirit race that haven't appeared yet? If there are, please send more." In the sky, in a place that even Zichen couldn't sense, the man said in disdain, "This guy talks too much. Can't you hurry up and do the next step?" Naturally, there was no response. Chung Ho said uncertainly, "What, you still have a backup plan? Then I'll reluctantly fight a few more." The old man mocked, "It's not a backup plan, it's a real trump card. You think you've seen through the heavenly Tao, but you don't know the logic of 1 foot higher than the spirit." The old man immediately turned around and cupped his fists. "The enemies have all appeared. Lord, please show yourself and kill them." Chung Ho's expression changed. "Old man, are you crazy? You're calling someone Lord?" In the saint spirit boundary, the ancient saint was the strongest. They were the lords in everyone's eyes. But today, this ancient saint was calling someone Lord. Who was that? As soon as he said that, another person appeared. Chapter 4698. Only by casting the net could the net be retracted. Everything that happened before was called casting the net. Again and again, the fishies kept swimming in. Finally, it was time to retract the net. Those head realm experts were the fishes in the net. This time, the old man was determined to let the spirit clan suffer an irreparable damage in this strange world. That person walked forward. He was a Ji Shan person. As the final backup, he dared to appear here. Of course, he had powerful means. The old man smiled and said, "That's right. It's time to retract the net. I hope that Lord can kill all these guys. The old man once again called him Lord. Obviously, the other party had powerful strength. At least, he was not a head realm expert. Could it be that Gaduan king? Zichen muttered in his heart as he looked at the person who was calmly walking over. He had never seen Gaduan king before. He guessed that Gaduan king was also a Ji Shan person, the most powerful one. You are Gaduan king? Chung Ho's expression became dignified. He also had such a guess in his heart. The Ji Shan person cupped his fists to the left. I am a demon under Gaduan king. Retracting his fists, the Ji Shan person continued, more than enough to kill you all. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect the God clan to be able to call a Ji Shan demon. One must know that in this area, there were only 3 Ji Shan demons. Not long ago, one died in battle, so only 2 were left. The Ji Shan demon was an existence that surpassed the head realm. Among these people, he was the true powerhouse. It had to be said that the Ji Shan demon realm was a realm that the people of the 3 clans who came here could not reach. The head realm was equivalent to the ancient saint realm. This was the limit of everyone's realm. This was also the reason why Chung Ho and the others were not willing to come here. Because there was no room for growth, there was no meaning in coming here. Instead of wasting time, it was better to lie down and rest under the thunder tree. A Ji Shan demon that surpassed the head realm as a trump card was indeed enough to deal with everyone. How do you feel now? The old man smiled coldly. Chung Ho said disdainfully, you didn't care about your face before, and now you sold your soul to the Ji Shan demon. You are just a walking corpse. No, it's just a deal. We're both taking what we need, the old man said with a smile. Chung Ho's expression became extremely serious. You are playing with fire. Not only will you burn yourself, but you will also implicate more people in the future. Perhaps the 3 dimensions will fall into chaos because of this. You don't have to worry about that. In any case, none of you will be able to see it. The smile on the old man's face did not fade. As for what the future holds, we will naturally know when the time comes. Chung Ho looked at the old man. Are you sure I can't see it? The old man's smile faded. That's right, you can't see it. I know what you're relying on, but unfortunately, we've cracked the secret. This time, it wasn't just Chung Ho. The expressions of the ancient holy sovereigns, including Ice Maiden, changed. They knew what the old man was talking about. If the secret was really cracked, then everyone would be finished. The old man pointed at the Finger Mountain demon. The secret is him. Being killed by the Lord Demon is the greatest honor in your life. What do you think? Are you surprised? Now that things have come to this, why aren't you thanking the Lord? The old man's laughter echoed through the air. Chung Ho glanced at Ice Maiden. This time, he was no longer as sloppy as before. Instead, his expression was unprecedentedly grave. If you want to leave, then leave. Ice Maiden did not give him a warning look this time. Instead, she calmly said, I will stay until the last moment. Chung Ho was well aware of Ice Maiden's temper. In that case, think of a way to take Zichen away. I will stay behind. After that, Chung Ho looked at Zichen and said seriously, no matter what the final result is, you must not show off. You must survive. Only if you survive will we be able to feel the greatest comfort. There's no need to make arrangements. Don't worry. This time, with the Lord Demon here, none of you will be able to leave alive. Don't worry, none of you will. The old man took a step back. The Finger Mountain demon walked forward, and a powerful demonic aura surged forth. In that instant, everyone felt an immense pressure. Under this pressure, everyone felt that it was difficult to move, and escaping was an extravagant hope. Fight! Ning Hua shouted. We have more people. We should be able to put up a fight. Then come at me. The Finger Mountain demon smiled and took another step forward. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out. Under this ripple, everyone began to retreat. Some were fast, some were slow. Those who were on the old man's side quickly retreated outside the range of the aura. Zichen and the others were gathered together by the aura. Just a wisp of demonic aura was enough to separate friend and foe. There was no doubt about the Finger Mountain Demon's strength. Then, the Finger Mountain Demon slapped down with a mocking smile. Since it's time to reel in the net, it's naturally a matter of a slap. With just a slap, heaven and earth darkened. A huge palm print covered the entire sky. Everyone felt the aura of death and also sensed the arrival of destruction. The white-furred rat shouted in despair, "It's over. This time, it's completely over. How could this be? Zi Chen, leave quickly," Chung Ho shouted, hinting Zi Chen to leave quickly. Zi Chen didn't leave. Instead, he strode forward and mobilized the rule force, gathering it in front of him. "Leave? Under such circumstances, how can I leave?" Zi Chen raised his palm towards the sky. The rule force gathered above to form a shield. It was like an inverted bowl, protecting everyone in the surroundings. "All of you, leave," Zi Chen said in a deep voice. Then, he began to exert more rule force. The huge light shield began to rise slowly. "You go, we will stay here," Han Enyu said. "Now is not the time to show off." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. Exchanging the lives of a group of people for Zi Chen. Even if I survive, I will feel guilty. Go, all of you go, I will stay." The shield rose high and met the pressure of the palm print. Both sides began to be in a stalemate. Because of the rule force, Zi Chen's shield didn't shatter immediately. The Finger Mountain Demon laughed mockingly and said, "It's useless. Your strength is really insignificant." After saying that, a powerful aura erupted from the palm print again. Zi Chen's light shield immediately shattered, and all the rule force dissipated between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the palm print fell from above. The Finger Mountain Demon wanted to kill everyone with a single palm. Chapter 4699. A fireball came from the horizon at an extremely fast speed, dragging a long tail behind it. Just as the Ji Shan demon was about to kill everyone and no one had the strength to resist, a fireball appeared. It was like a meteorite that came from the horizon, heading straight for them. The Ji Shan demon felt something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at the majestic fireball that was filled with killing intent. His expression did not change much. There was no shock, no surprise. Instead, a smile appeared on his face, in which there was an absolute coldness. The old man also saw the fireball. He also felt the strong power contained in the fireball. He sighed, "This power is indeed not bad." Then the old man smiled, "It's all here, this time it's all here. Perfect, very perfect." A ray of blade light rushed into the sky from one side, heading straight for the fireball. The whole world seemed to be split into two. A deep crack appeared in the sky. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to really come, then don't leave." Zi Chen also saw the fireball. He even saw the existence in the fireball. It was my yin. Zi Chen was very surprised. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. But the ray of blade light that followed made his smile freeze. Kai. The ray of blade light rushed into the sky, heading straight for the fireball. Just as the fireball was about to split into two, the fireball suddenly accelerated. Its speed was twice as fast as before. It dodged the ray of blade light and flew towards the Ji Shan demon. The Ji Shan demon roared. He gathered all of his power and punched out. A huge tremor was heard. The fireball passed through the Ji Shan demon and flew into the distance. The Ji Shan demon's body started to burn. He screamed in fear. His body fell to the ground and started to roll, trying to extinguish the flames. The terrifying palm print from before had already reached the top of everyone's head, but because the Ji Shan demon was distracted, it dissipated above everyone. The oppressive feeling of the black clouds disappeared. Everyone looked up. The fireball had turned into a bird. The bird had long feathers. It did not stop in the sky. It flew into the distance. The second ray of blade light appeared. It brushed past the bird's body. Some feathers fell. There was a bit of blood in the feathers. The injured bird flew away. The owner of the saber light also gave chase. The Gushan demon was still rolling on the ground. The flames burning around his body were gradually extinguishing. However, there was a huge hole in his chest. Just a moment ago, the bird had directly pierced through his body. How could this be? The old man was stunned and could not believe his eyes. For this plan, they were fully prepared. They even guessed that the powerful existence that could kill the Ji Shan demon might appear. But who would have thought that it would be like this? The plan had exceeded his expectations. For the first time, the old man truly lost his composure. Even if the current situation wasn't the worst for them, it was still not the worst. However, his previous plan had been ruined. The Gushan demon was still howling loudly. His injuries were very serious, and the wounds on his chest and abdomen were clearly visible. However, the flames that had been burning earlier seemed to show signs of extinguishing. After the flames were extinguished, it was unknown whether the Ji Shan demon would be able to recover from its terrifying injuries. No one knew this because the demon realm was unknown to all humans. Zichen would not allow such a thing to happen. He pointed to the sky, and a ray of rule force came down and landed on the Gushan demon's body. These rule force were like fuel. After landing on the demon's body, the flames that were about to extinguish were reignited once again. Boom! The flames began to burn fiercely. Among all the people present, only Zichen was capable of doing this. Because what he used was rule force. Under normal circumstances, his method was naturally nothing to the Gushan demon. However, now that the demon was seriously injured, the rule force that Zichen used was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. This was very crucial. The rule force continued to fall, and the flames grew stronger. The Gushan demon struggled and died. During this time, no one went forward to help. It was not that they did not want to, but that they did not know what to do. This kind of flame was very strange. If they went forward, the flame might even transfer to them. Even the demon could not suppress it, let alone them. The situation returned to how it was before. The difference in strength between both parties was not too big, and there was still room for a battle. Just as the old man was thinking about whether to have a life and death battle, the beasts of the human head realm who came here actually left. They left very suddenly, as if they had received some order. They did not even say goodbye. The old man shouted twice, but they did not respond. Seeing that the situation was not good, the old man could only shout and retreat first. If they did not leave now, what awaited them was death. Because they did not have the advantage in numbers. The Gushan demon head realm beasts also left. Zichen glanced at Chung Ho. Chung Ho shook his head and did not say anything else. Once they caught up and started a battle, there would definitely be casualties on both sides. This was what Chung Ho did not want to see. Let's go too. Chung Ho glanced at the corpses around. This time, many people had died. He believed that whether it was the god race or the demon race, they would all stop for a while. Shang Ti's gaze retracted from Zichen. She glanced at Su Mengyaro and nodded at her. Zichen's previous performance made her very satisfied. Su Mengyaro was not bad to have someone like him. The others came forward one after another and greeted Zichen. Then, everyone dispersed. Senior, did you see Lei Di? Li Haoqing came in front of Zichen and asked after thanking Zichen. The name Lei Di also made Shang Ti, who was about to leave, stop and look at Li Haoqing. Li Haoqing shook his head, indicating that he did not see it. After coming here, he looked for possible opportunities alone. Moreover, his realm did not reach the head realm in one go. He slowly grew. Originally, he stopped at the speech realm. It was only recently that he broke through to the head realm. In the end, Li Haoqing also bid farewell and left. But before he left, he signaled Zichen to be careful. The demon god plan failed this time, so they would definitely not be satisfied. The next scheme might already be in the works. The other three beasts left, and the white-furred rat came to Zichen. This time, it was really a narrow escape from death. It was extremely dangerous. Do you know that flame bird? On the way back, Han Enyu asked about it. This time, everyone was able to survive because of the flame bird. Zichen nodded, it's my yin. I brought it in. After seeing my yin, Zichen guessed that the demon's death last time was also its doing. Although he did not know why it came here, Zichen was still very grateful for its help this time. Bumi saw everyone from afar. It immediately ran over, very excited. Seeing everyone meant that the danger was over. After it came back to report, it had been on tenterhooks. Especially after the old ancestor left, it solemnly instructed that if they did not return, it should quickly run away with its clansmen. Run to the area outside of Gaduan King, and run as many as possible. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. After surviving the disaster, the White Rat's attitude towards Zichen was even more different. After Zichen made a few requests, it immediately sent Bumi to complete them. The others continued to cultivate. Right now, the most important thing was to reach the speech realm. The monk, who had already reached the speech realm, came to Zichen. Seeing the monk's hesitant expression, Zichen said, "If you have something to say, say it." The monk chuckled, "Those guys who schemed against you, do you think they should be killed?" Zichen asked, "Which ones?" "It's those few mountains. Although I came late, I also heard from the demon ape that those guys are the mountain gods. Each of them has a blade." The monk said with righteous indignation, "How dare they scheme against you? Don't you think they deserve to die?" Zichen nodded, "Yes, they do deserve to die." When the monk heard this, he was very excited. "That's great. Let's go and kill them now. Each and every one of them has rebelled against the heavens. They even dared to scheme against you. You want that blade, right?" Zichen mercilessly exposed the monk's intentions. The monk was not angry. "After they die, they will leave behind a lot of blades. I don't want much. I just want one. No, just two. What do you think?" Zichen said sarcastically, "You're not greedy at all." The monk said righteously, "What are you talking about? I'm helping you take revenge out of kindness." Zichen said, "If you're not afraid of death, follow me." The monk's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean? Can you beat light fragrance?" Zichen did not answer the question but asked instead, "Why would I beat her? A woman?" Before he finished speaking, the monk reacted. Although he had not fought with light fragrance before, he knew her strength. She was an existence that could even block Gaduan King's attack. Killing him was too easy. Thinking of this, Tyrant suddenly thought of a possibility and said, "You see, pale fragrance can even block Gaduan King, but she's not your opponent. If we switch sides, do you think you can compete with Gaduan King? Get lost." Zichen gave the monk a tip. He wanted to do that. If he really stood in front of Gaduan King, he would be courting death. Zichen guessed that the blade light that appeared before should be Gaduan King. It was just that his main target was Mayin, so he did not care about this. "Master, I found the place." Bumi came out from the ground and said excitedly, "Where?" Zichen's eyes lit up. After returning, he asked Bumi to find the exact location of the 6 mountains. Of course, he had to take revenge. Zichen wanted to increase his strength quickly, so this seemed to be the only way. "Master, follow me." Bumi led the way in front. "Be careful. They can form a perfect space. It should be very unusual." Before leaving, the White Mouse reminded, "Be careful, this is another trap." Chapter 4700. Under Bumi's guidance, Zichen arrived at the location of the 6 mountains. It was very far away, but with Bumi leading the way, they were able to reach it in the shortest time possible. When they were still some distance away from the destination, Bumi burrowed into the ground and stopped moving forward. It only pointed the way for Zichen. Zichen did not care. With Bumi's strength, going there would be suicide. If it were not for his special identity, he would not have dared to go there rashly. From afar, Zichen saw the 6 mountains and sensed the rich spiritual energy contained in them. An instinctive desire to devour appeared from the bottom of his heart. Usually, when this instinct appeared, Zichen would suppress it and not devour it. But today, he let it go. He waved his hand, and a beam of light flew out from one of the mountains and was swallowed by Zichen. The taste was not bad. Zichen continued forward and then waved at the second mountain. He did not grab a mountain and pull it out with all his strength. Instead, he took turns to do so. One mouthful after another. The 6 mountains were indifferent, and the mountain gods did not appear. When they got closer, Zichen actually felt a sense of fullness and let out a burp. He had just arrived. In layman's terms, He had just finished the appetizer and the main course was just about to be served, but Zichen was already full. He finally understood why the young man wanted to kill Faded Fragrance and the others but did not do so. He was ambitious, but his appetite was too small. He could only sit there and slowly refine them. He did not plan to leave. The 6 existences finally appeared. Their eyes were cold, and they did not have the slightest intention of begging for mercy. Zichen closed his eyes and said, "Don't be in a hurry. It will take some time to refine you. Well, during this time, you can discuss the rest of your lives." The 6 looked at each other again. Their eyes flashed with cold light, and killing intent was brewing. They seemed to have decided to kill Zichen. Zichen did not care. If they really had the strength and means, the young man in white would not have lived long enough for him to kill him. Buzz. In the next moment, the power of space reappeared, isolating Zichen. Zichen opened his eyes and said, "What's the point?" Then, he said with a pained expression, "Fine, consider yourself ruthless. Quickly put away this power. You should know that it will be mine in the future. Now, I beg you not to waste it." The 6 of them remained indifferent. "You are quite humorous." A burst of laughter came from behind Zichen. Zichen was startled when he heard the voice and turned his head around. As the guardian of this place, he had not noticed that someone had appeared behind him. At this moment, the 2 of them were in the same space. According to the original rules, they were going to fight to the death. Zichen's eyes became vigilant. He looked at the person and said, "They're so confident even at the brink of death. Could it be that they're relying on you?" The man waved his hand and said, "Don't be so agitated. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to discuss some things with you." "What is it?" "I guarantee that you will grow up here, and you will take me away." The other party said with a smile, "What do you think? Isn't it a great thing? Who are you? Why do you have such a big tone?" Zichen looked at the other party. "I'm Geduan." The man smiled slightly. "That's not a big tone, is it?" Zichen's expression changed, and he quickly retreated, his eyes full of vigilance. Right now, he was in the same space as Gaduan King, and it was a space of life and death. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a wolf. Besides, with your strength, Zichen, even if you encounter a wolf, you won't be afraid, right?" Gaduan said with a smile. "Didn't you go after that bird? Why are you here?" Retreating to the edge of the space, Zichen, who had nowhere to go, asked vigilantly, "It's too cunning. Even I couldn't catch it." Gaduan King said regretfully, "I was fully prepared, but it escaped. Don't you think it's a pity? So, you came back to find me?" Zichen emphasized, "I don't know it." Gaduan King nodded, "I believe that, but the 4 beasts guarding the door trust you so much, I think you can take me away." "Beasts guarding the door?" Zichen was puzzled. "It's the 4 outside. After the master left, the 4 beasts took the chicken feather as a token and forcibly closed the door to the outside world. So now we can't go out, and the 4 of them dare not come in." Gaduan said, "I just don't know how that violent bird got in. If we catch it, maybe we can find the answer, but unfortunately, we didn't catch it." Zichen thought of the zoo. This was not the first time he heard this. Now it seems that this is all true. The existence in the other world is trapped, and the Meiji outside is the key to the door, preventing these powerful existences from leaving. Don't you think it's infuriating? When the master was here, our status was the noblest, otherwise there would be no kingdom. But after the master left, the 4 beasts actually took the role of the master. Gaduan King said with grievance, "Zichen, don't you think those 4 beasts are infuriating?" Zichen couldn't see through Gaduan King. To be able to become a king, the other party is definitely not like what he is showing now. After pondering for a moment, Zichen said, "If that's the case, then if you want to leave, you have to communicate with the 4 beasts." Gaduan King said with a wry smile, "Those 4 beasts are stubborn, it's impossible for them to agree. Moreover, they are only guarding the door, their strength is average, so even if we retreat, they are worried that after leaving here, we will kill them, so this way is not feasible." Zichen said, "Then there's no other way, no one can leave." Gaduan King immediately said, "Yes, someone can leave." "Someone can leave? Are you sure?" Of course I'm sure. Gaduan King said excitedly, there was once a human who came here and took away 2 people from our world. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's widely spread news. It's true, I'm not lying to you. Zi Chen's expression changed. If the information he got was not false, the one who took the 2 away was Saint Zi Chen, and he took away the young Lei Tian and Lei Di. They think so highly of you, I think you must have a way to take me away. Don't worry, whether you have the ability or not, as long as you agree to this, I will give you the resources to grow. Even if you don't succeed in the end, I won't blame you. Gaduan King looked at Zi Chen and asked eagerly, how about it? It's a great thing, think about it. Zi Chen shook his head. He didn't think too much about it and answered quickly. Chapter 4701. Zi Chen shook his head and refused without any deliberation. This was obviously impossible. Regardless of whether he had the ability or not, it was still impossible. Why? Gaduan King's face turned gloomy. You haven't even tried, why refuse? There is no need to try, I know what I'm capable of, I don't have the ability. Zi Chen shook his head and said. Then why don't you agree first? Even if you lie to me, I won't blame you if you leave on your own accord. Gaduan King said emotionally, hope, do you know what hope is? We stay in this place, it's like sitting in a prison, there is no hope. I've waited for countless years for you to come, why can't you give me a little hope, even if it's a non-existent hope? At least, there will be light in front of my eyes for a period of time, right? Why are you so cold, unwilling to give me a little hope? I'm sorry, I didn't know hope was so important to you, but I'm not used to lying, there is no way. Zi Chen said apologetically. This is your final answer? Yes. You're not worried that I won't be satisfied with this answer, and then kill you? There was a touch of coldness in Gaduan King's eyes. But I can't lie in order to live. Zi Chen looked into Gaduan King's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, the airflow between the two seemed to have stopped moving, and a battle was about to break out. Zi Chen was not sure whether his realm was the same as Gaduan King's in this space, but if there was no other way, he did not mind fighting. Gaduan King snapped his fingers, and a smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face. I like your character very much, now I can understand why those 4 beasts value you so much. Rest assured, whether you agree or not, I, Gaduan King, will make friends with your character. Gaduan King pointed around. In the future, if anyone dares to trouble you in this area, just say that you are my friend, I believe that no one will not give me some face. Gaduan King snapped his fingers again, and the sealed space opened. Zi Chen, I have high hopes for you. You and I are destined to walk the same path in the future. It's just that your strength is too weak. You have to hurry up and cultivate. Gaduan King turned and left. The things left here should be enough for you to break through, but it's not enough to advance to the first realm. You have to advance to the devil realm, and then become a king like me. Gaduan King's speed was not fast, but by the time he finished speaking, he had already reached the horizon. Sure enough, he left without making things difficult for Zi Chen. Zi Chen was very puzzled. When he looked up again, the 6 existences had already disappeared, hiding back into the mountain peak. After the previous conversation, the shocked Zi Chen felt that the power he had consumed earlier had been digested, and the main course had begun. After his scheme failed, the old man left. Of course, it was not an exaggeration to say that he fled in a sorry state. The responsibility did not lie with him, so he did not feel guilty at all. If he really wanted to blame, it was Gaduan King's fault for not being able to kill the little bird. He did not go back to see Gaduan King because he was not qualified enough, and the other party might not be willing to see him. The reason why he was able to ask Gaduan King to stay last time was because of the potential existence of the little bird. After he left, Shan Oyu and the others quickly followed. The plan had failed, and their cooperation with Gaduan King had come to an end. How was it? They walked all the way to the west, and were about to reach the edge of Gaduan King's area. The few of them met here, and Shan Oyu asked about the latest situation. There is no bad news until now, which should be an excellent thing. The old man looked back at the distance and said, "Is the news this time reliable? In this different world, Is there really a power that can let everyone advance to the devil realm? Shan Ou still could not believe it, even if it was not the first time he had heard this news. The old man glanced at Shan Ou. If there is no way to advance to the devil realm, then what's the matter with those Gushan devils? They occupy the right time and place in this world, so of course it's unusual. Moreover, although they can advance, they can only stay in this cage of a different world. Shan Ou said in a deep voice, if our guess is not wrong, then the head realm corresponds to our ancient sage realm, and what realm does the devil realm correspond to? The old man said lightly, wait until you advance to the devil realm, then you will naturally know. Well, let's not talk nonsense now, we should go to that place to have a look. This time, although the scheme against Chung Ho and the others failed, but we also succeeded in drawing the attention of Gaduan King to the other side. This is killing two birds with one stone, anyway, we have a small harvest. The old man's relaxed expression gradually became gloomy, it's just that we couldn't get rid of those two who can deduce, after all, it's still a problem. They can detect the secrets of heaven everywhere, we tried our best to hide, but we were still spied on. Those people are really troublesome, I hope that there will not be any mistakes in that place. The group continued to walk to the west, directly away from the area controlled by Gaduan King. Everyone came here, after all, to improve their own strength, to reach the unknown realm that no one has ever reached. Killing Chung Ho and these old enemies was very important, but it was not the most important. Since the plan failed, the old man decisively retreated, he would not be entangled. Because in the end, breaking through was the most important thing. Shong Ni and the others did not stay in this area for too long, instead, they walked to the outer area with the other head realms. If she did not deduce that Meng Yarrow was in trouble, and this trouble was related to the future of the entire spirit realm, she would not have come back. Because she found a very important place, it was very special, and she needed to bring everyone to explore it. Ning Hua originally did not have much hope in this world, but after hearing Shong Ni's words, his heart was reignited with hope. And after getting along with her, he found that Shong Ni was calm, her temperament was extraordinary, and with her unique deduction ability, she was very charming. It was said that this girl was very fond of Lei Di. Ning Hua knew Lei Di, he was one of Zichen's two little followers back then. Back then, Zichen had many Saint Venerable level followers, but the ones that Zichen trusted were only those two little saint spirits. Let's go to the southwest. Far away from the battle area, Shong Ni headed in the designated direction. In the center of the 6 mountains, Zichen sat there without moving. Biyumi peeked out from afar, watching nervously. Zichen had been in this position for many days. During this time, he did not eat or drink anything. Biyumi did not dare to approach, he did not know how Zichen was doing. Suddenly, the ground under Zichen began to shake, the 6 mountains around also began to shake, huge rocks kept rolling down. Just as Biyumi was panicking, a powerful aura surged out from ahead. Chapter 4702. The earth trembled, the mountains shook, and the energy between heaven and earth constantly gathered towards Zichen. The aura of the head realm erupted. Zichen broke through. Bumi in the distance was very excited. It jumped out of the ground directly. Zichen's battle strength had become stronger after reaching the head realm, so there was no problem in protecting it from being killed by the 6 mountains. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up. Boundless energy continued to enter his body. The 6 mountain gods appeared again. This time, there was no coldness on their faces, only despair. They knew that the road had come to an end. The strange phenomenon around Zichen gradually disappeared. He felt the situation in his body and then cupped his fists at the 6 existences. Thank you for your help, but there is still one last breath left. You won't be stingy, right? Zichen withdrew his fist and stomped his feet. There was a bit of coldness in his smile. The 6 mountains seemed to have encountered a heavenly tribulation and began to collapse. The figures of the 6 mountain gods gradually dimmed until they disappeared. Just as the 6 mountains collapsed, Pale Fragrance and the others sensed the abnormality and appeared one after another. Through the perception between heaven and earth, they knew what had happened. If the trajectory of fate did not change, they would be the ones to be destroyed. Geduan King, who was staying in the castle, also sensed the abnormality. He was a little surprised. They are not slow. Ge Song was in the castle hall at this moment. He looked at Geduan King and asked carefully, "My lord, next." Geduan King said, "Since the first step has been taken, we will act according to the original plan. Go and tell Ji Tai to follow his heart." "Yes." Ge Song nodded, but he did not leave. He continued, "My lord, according to our people, those humans seem to have made some new moves recently." Geduan King said indifferently, "Don't worry about it. In this place, they can't make any big waves." Then Geduan King said, "But we have to be careful. Send some people to keep an eye on them and be careful. Those humans are very strange." Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 6 mountains were razed to the ground. All the power was swallowed by Zichen. He advanced to the head realm. The 6 mountain gods disappeared, and the original black long blade also collapsed with their disappearance. Feeling the power flowing through his body, Zichen clenched his fists. Countless rules lingered around him. His status as a guardian still existed, and his control over the rules had become stronger. Biyumi came forward and looked at Zichen from head to toe. It seemed very excited. "What's wrong?" Zichen looked at it. "My lord, from today onwards, no one will bully us anymore." Bumi, who was standing upright, waved his hands in excitement. Including those leaders. Zichen could understand Bumi's agitation. The 4 races weren't welcomed here, so they were huddling together for warmth. It was said that the cats and dogs once had other leaders, but they were killed by the Gushan Silver Wolf and other First Realm experts. They had always been in a bad situation. However, after they expressed their stance last time, it could be said that they had completely broken away from the other exotic beasts. Their situation had become even worse recently. Now that Zichen had broken through and was in control of the rules, killing those head realm cultivators was as easy as killing a chicken. Zichen, who originally wanted to go back immediately, suddenly changed his mind. "Do you know where those head realm experts are?" "Yes, I know very well." "My lord, please follow me." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shang-Ti walked all the way to the southwest. It was slightly different from the direction of the god and demon race. When they passed by a mountain, Shang-Ti stopped. "What's wrong?" Ning Hua stood beside her. Although Shang-Ti reached the head realm, she wasn't good at fighting. In order to prevent accidents, Ning Hua stood beside her. As the others walked, they would occasionally whisper or even joke to ease the atmosphere. Ning Hua was vigilant because Shang-Ti said that the thing they were going to find next might not be ordinary. The others also stopped and looked around cautiously. "That mountain has a spirit," Shang-Ti suddenly said. Ning Hua heard and said, "That should be normal. We've seen similar spirits more than once." Shang-Ti nodded and said, "So, our whereabouts have been exposed. You're worried that King Geduan will chase after us?" Ning Hua asked. "I'm afraid of trouble. In this place, everyone was in the head realm. They seemed to be a powerful force, but compared to a kingdom, they were weak. Just King Geduan's force alone was not something they could fight against even if it was just one demon. That spirit of the mountain didn't appear and no one wanted to disturb it. Because every spirit of the mountain was equivalent to a king in their own territory. When they continued, they were much more careful. But along the way, they encountered too many small beasts and some plants. They were like pairs of eyes that couldn't be defended against. They walked out of King Geduan's area and arrived at the intersection with King Geching's area. Shang-Ti said that they were there, but Ning Hua and the others didn't feel anything. The plants here were green and full of life. Compared to the surroundings, there was nothing special. Facing the confused people, Shang-Ti said, "This is just the appearance. The truth is here." She waved her sleeve and a ripple of light spread out. Like a veil being lifted, the real environment appeared in front of everyone. The surrounding land was reddish-brown. The places that used to be full of life were now barren. There were streaks of black air flowing down from the sky. They could be seen with the naked eye and carried a rotten aura. At the end of their vision, there was a huge crack. It was like a tunnel. More black air was surging there. There was no life here. Seeing this, everyone was dazed. They didn't expect the truth to be like this. Shang-Ti pointed at the crack and said, "Maybe we have to go in from there." The others didn't have any objections. Shang-Ti's display of the truth had shocked them. Ning Hua glanced at the side. The two ancient saints immediately walked out. The three of them walked forward. As the three with the strongest battle prowess, they naturally had to bear some responsibility. When they came to the edge of the crack, they felt an oppressive and disgusting aura. But they didn't stop and walked in. After entering the black crevice, they looked up and saw a shocking scene. Under Bumi's lead, the first head realm that Zichen saw was Gushan Silver Wolf. It had once appeared as one of the 8 head realms. After seeing Zichen from afar, the Silver Wolf leader turned and ran without saying anything. Even though it didn't sense any danger. Zichen pointed his finger. Gushan Silver Wolf's body gradually floated in the air and then retreated. Chapter 4703. A head realm Galeshan Silver Wolf was easily killed by Zichen. Biyumi stepped forward and dug out the inner core. Compared to the inner core of the Yang realm, the inner core of the head realm was bigger and brighter. It was also of a higher grade and surged with powerful energy. Looking at the inner core that Biyumi handed over, Zichen said, "You can keep it." Huh! Biyumi was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "You can keep it." Biyumi had helped him a lot during this time. He gave him all kinds of information without asking for anything in return. Although Biyumi was following the White Rat's orders, Zichen still owed him a favor. Biyumi was very excited, but he quickly recovered and shook his head. The Guduan king ordered that a clan can only have one head realm cultivator. "I can't take this inner core." Zichen said, "Take it. Even if you refine it, you might not be able to reach the head realm." Biyumi still shook his head. "That's true, but if I break through, either I or the ancestor will die. Even if there is the slightest chance, I cannot let it happen." Zichen said helplessly, "In that case, you can keep it for now. When you feel that you can refine it, take it out and refine it. Or you can give it to your ancestor and let him refine it." Biyumi agreed. No matter what, this was an inner core of the head realm. It was very precious and limited. "Okay, let's go find the second one. Try to find all the head realm cultivators. After all, we can only kill them once," Zichen said. Biyumi put away the inner core and said respectfully, "Sir, please follow me." The flame rats had already investigated everything and were waiting for Zichen to harvest them one by one. During this time, they passed by Dan Xiong's world of flowers again. Dan Xiong appeared and bowed to Zichen, congratulating him. Zichen cupped his fists in return and walked past the sea of flowers. In the lake, a woman was very glad that she made the right choice. In this strange world, other than rats, there were other animals that existed. There were many rats, but there were also many other animals. For example, a snake that hunts rats would hide in the grass and launch a surprise attack on those sneaky rats. In addition to catching rats to satisfy their hunger, they would also monitor their surroundings and gather information. After Zichen broke through to the head realm, his movements were monitored by the Guduan king. During this time, Ji Song had been paying attention to Zichen. After discovering Zichen's intentions, it went to report this matter to the Guduan king. In the Guduan kingdom, there was a Guduan king, 3 demons, and the rest were the head realm. They represented the leaders of each race, and each race only had one. If a second one appeared, both sides would have to fight to the death, and only one could survive. However, today, Zichen wanted to exterminate all the head realms, which would undoubtedly affect the entire kingdom's combat power. Most importantly, 2 of the 3 demons had already died. It was undoubtedly difficult for the Guduan king to cultivate a new Gushan demon in a short period of time. As a result, every head realm was particularly important. However, Guduan king didn't seem to care much about this matter. He said lightly, "Let him kill them. These leaders have been around for too long. They are all slacking off and slacking off. After killing them, it will be good for the atmosphere of the kingdom to change. Inform the other races that don't have a leader can compete for the position. Ge Song said anxiously, but my lord, if this is the case, then the races will inevitably be in chaos. Under the internal strife, there will be heavy losses. If the internal friction is too great, what if the neighboring countries make a move? How should we deal with it? You don't have to worry about this. After every turmoil, the ones left behind will be the elites. After many years of idleness, in the absence of any crisis, they have become lazy. It's time for a big purge. Seeing that his lord had made up his mind, Ge Song didn't say anything else, but when he left, he was quite regretful and disappointed. The Geduan king looked at Ge Song's back as he left, not knowing what to think. After killing the wolf, he killed the tiger, and after killing the tiger, he went to kill the bear. As Ge Song guessed, Zichen carried out a big purge of the leaders in this area. He didn't intend to let any of them go. As for how to find them, with the pervasive rats, everything was easy to solve. After losing their leader, the races began to fight among themselves. After all, there was only one leader, but there were many leaders in each race, so there must be a winner. Zichen was fighting in the front, and the internal strife continued to break out in the rear. The Geduan king's area was in chaos. When the cat and dog heard the news, they were very excited. The two animals knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky, praying for something. After that, the two animals went back and told all the people to behave. This turmoil had nothing to do with them. Whether the people in this area lived or died, it had nothing to do with them. However, there was one thing they were clear about. After the turmoil, the four races that didn't suffer any damage would become a huge force, and no one of their kind could provoke them. The four races were still in an alliance, but there was no need for them to live together. When the white-haired rat heard the news about this, he immediately told everyone the good news. When the monk heard the news, he was anxious. Because the weapons were still missing. If Zichen had broken through, he would have gotten 6 knives, but where were the knives now? With the turmoil of the various races, the other humans gradually calmed down, because they might be affected. But no one knew why the area became like this. Until some gossip came. Knowing that these things were related to Zichen, many people who were hostile to Zichen had to temporarily suppress this hostility. Because Zichen had become stronger. Last time, Zichen didn't die, so how could they plot against Zichen again? In the process of the attack, Zichen encountered the leaders who were escaping, and also the leaders who joined forces to kill him. But whether it was the former or the latter, they couldn't withstand a single blow in front of him. In other words, they couldn't withstand a single blow in front of the rules. In the end, Zichen killed all the leaders here, leaving only the leaders of the four races and the human head realm Ge Shan. The reason why he didn't kill the human head realm Ge Shan was that the human head realm Ge Shan didn't have a Niden in his body, and it was close to the Geduan king's castle. Zichen didn't want to face the Geduan king now. Shang Ti and the others walked in through the crack, and then they saw the scene of another world. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. Everything was in the sky, and everything was growing upside down. Chapter 4704. In the dark world, trees grew upside down, rooted in the void, and all the branches grew downwards. The peak of the mountain was below, and so was the vegetation. It was like an inverted world. Shang Ti and the others were still affected by the gravity of the alternate world, so when they looked up at the inverted world, they didn't fit in. Why would there be such a strange place in the alternate world? Moreover, this world was clearly normal, and all the vegetation was flourishing. Other than the unusual aura, there's nothing special about it. Shang Ti sensed the aura above and said. Since it was a brand new place, they naturally had to explore it. However, they didn't see a way up yet. Due to the gravity, they couldn't fly here. Moreover, the world above them was very far away, and they couldn't reach it with their own strength. Everyone was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. Let's go forward and see, there should be a way. The group walked forward. During this time, they looked up at the inverted world above them and observed some details. There was a huge spider weaving a web between two trees, and on the tree next to it, there was a black snake coiled around the tree roots, flicking its tongue. A group of people walked below. Looking at the inverted images, they felt very strange. There were no fighting scenes, and there were no predation scenes. It seemed that the world above was very peaceful. As they walked forward, they paid attention to their surroundings, looking for a possible path. After walking for about 10 miles, they saw an old vine growing in the inverted world, extending all the way to their eyes. This was equivalent to crossing two worlds. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately walked forward. Ninghua, who came close, slashed at the vine with his bamboo blade. With a rip, a section of the vine was chopped off. Very sturdy, it can support one person. Ninghua said, "Do you want to try?" An ancient saint venerable volunteered to climb up the vines while the others watched from below. The vine is very sturdy, it can support many people. I can still feel the gravity. If I let go now, I'll fall down. I'm about 500 feet up. I didn't find anything strange. Every time he went up a certain distance, the other party would inform him of his current situation. He was still going up, and soon, he reached 700 feet. 800 feet, 850 feet, 900 feet. 950 jong. There seems to be a slight change in gravity. It's very subtle. If you don't pay close attention, you won't be able to sense it. When they were 980 feet away, the ancient holy sovereign let out a cry of surprise. "You're right. You're right. You're right." Everyone else's expression changed as they stared intently at the sky. "What is it?" Ninghua asked. "The direction of gravity has changed. If I let go now, I'll fall down." This time, below was the inverted world. Ninghua reminded him, "Don't be careless." The ancient holy sovereign slowly let go of his hand, and his body began to slowly rise above the crowd. At that moment, the gravity changed. The Lord was free falling from the top of the crowd to the bottom of the Lord. The speed of the ancient holy venerables increased until they finally landed on the ground. After landing on the ground, he turned around and looked up at the people above him. He shouted, "The direction of gravity on both sides is almost the same. I estimate that both sides are at least 99 feet. After saying that, the other party looked around, vigilant of any possible danger. "I'll do it." Li Haocheng was the second. Because of the previous example, he borrowed the force from the ground and soared into the air. During that time, he borrowed the force from the vines several times and directly swept across 99 feet. When he reached the other world, he felt the change in gravity. His body flipped in mid-air, and he grabbed the vines with one hand and slid down. After landing on the ground, Li Haocheng heard a rustling sound. Many spiders appeared around him. Each of them was about the size of a fist, and they came from all directions. "Everyone, quickly come over," Li Haocheng shouted. After cleaning up all the leaders of the Gaduan kingdom, Zichen returned to where everyone was. As soon as he appeared, Monk came over to ask for a weapon. However, Zichen was empty-handed. Where would he get a weapon? After telling him that the weapons had disappeared with their owners, Monk was a little depressed. However, this depression was swept away when he saw the inner core of the head realm. It was replaced by a pleasant surprise. Last time, when Zichen broke through to the head realm, everyone had also broken through. This time, he broke through to the head realm. Perhaps everyone still had hope of breaking through. And the inner core of the leader was naturally the key. According to the connection between this world and the Saint Spirit realm, once they break through here, they might even become an ancient sage after leaving. Moreover, the inner core of the head realm was too precious. At present, in the entire Gaduan king's territory, only the white-haired rat and the other 4 leaders were left alive. Everyone continued to refine the inner cores of the leaders. After hearing that Zichen had returned, the white-haired rat personally came and told him about the recent situation in this world. "What did you say?" Zichen looked at the white-haired rat. "An inverted world?" "Yes, it has been spreading like crazy recently. It is said that it is the entrance to another world. It has never appeared before." The white-haired rat lowered its voice, I heard that there is a secret to becoming a devil in that world. This is considered a secret. It's not like there are no devils in your world. Zichen said, what's so strange about this? We have devils, but you humans don't. It is said that the secret is for everyone. Moreover, although there are devils in our world, there are not many of them. Over the years, the Gaduan king has only cultivated 3 of them. And this time, 2 of them died in battle. It can be considered a heavy loss. Zichen fell into deep thought. He did not expect that the moment he broke through to the head realm, the secret of the devils would come out. He asked, that inverted world has never appeared before? Never. That is a brand new world. This time, it is said that even the Gaduan king is interested and plans to go there to take a look. The white-haired rat said, oh, those people who appeared in time to help you also went in there. And those enemies also went in. As for what is inside, no one knows. Zichen nodded. Then, he realized that something was wrong and asked, where is Chung Ho? Lord Chung Ho has already left after hearing the news. Lady Frost also left with him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lord said that this matter is not urgent. The leader corresponded to the ancient holy venerables in the outside world. Then what about the devils? This time, even Chung Ho and the others had left for the inverted world. Did this mean that they had a chance to break through to the devil realm? But if the devils were placed in the Saint Spirit realm, what kind of realm would they be in? Could it really be the realm above the holy venerables? Zichen was also a little moved. Although he was only a 9-star Holy Spirit in the Saint Spirit realm, when he came to this world, because of the rules, even if he stood in front of a holy venerables, he could still fight. Once he became a devil, perhaps when he went out, he really had a chance to reach the realm above the holy venerables. Back then, the holy talisman realm was the clearest example. After experiencing there, Zichen had almost no bottlenecks in his cultivation when he returned. Lead the way, I want to go there and take a look. Zichen made up his mind. He, who had just returned, had to say goodbye to everyone. Fortunately, everyone was already used to it. After Zichen distributed the inner cores, it was enough for everyone to refine for a long time. This time, Bumi did not lead the way. Instead, it was the white-furred rat who led the way. During this time, for some reason, he called the other 3 companions over. Zichen did not say anything. It was good to travel together. After all, they were all leaders. Asterisk 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 Lord Getai, I finally see you. Aren't you too calm? Ge Song came to a bamboo hut. There was a black-clothed man sitting in the bamboo hut, drinking a light green wine. The man glanced at Ge Song, who came in without knocking, and said faintly, otherwise? The inverted world. Why don't you go and take a look? Not interested. Not interested. Even the Gaduan king is tempted. It is said that it leads to an unknown world. Regardless of whether you can really leave, the opportunity to become a devil really exists. Ge Song said, Lord, you are now only in the head realm. If you go further, won't you be invincible? The man said indifferently, is there anyone who can beat me now? Even the Gaduan king has to give me some face when he sees me. Ge Song's eyes flashed slightly, and said, Lord, do you know Zichen? The man shook his head. That Zichen killed the protector of the Yang realm and then forcibly refined the 6th peak. Now, he is also in the head realm. His battle strength and foundation may not be as good as Lord, but he is still a threat, isn't he? Ge Song said carefully, Lord, are you just going to let Zichen grow like this? The man's expression changed. After a moment, he shook his head and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. It is extremely difficult to kill a protector, and it is even more impossible for a protector to break through. This is absolutely true. That person called Zichen is an outsider. He has broken the rules of our society. In fact, the Gaduan king asked me to inform you of this matter, but I don't know where Lord is traveling. I have looked for Lord several times, but Lord is not here. I thought Lord had gone to invert the world, but I didn't expect that Lord didn't go. Seeing the man's changing expression, Ge Song continued, Lord, this is a rare opportunity. Maybe after killing that Chen and refining his part of the laws, Lord can also advance to the demon realm in one fell swoop. I believe that at that time, Lord will be truly invincible in the world. Song rolled his eyes and said quietly, invincible among everyone. You don't need to look at anyone's face, and you don't need to listen to anyone's arrangement. Chapter 4705. The four-head realm beasts led Chen in the direction of the inverted world. Along the way, Chen saw many internal disturbances between the beasts, all of which were fighting to the death. The cat and dog looked at this scene with a cold expression. It was already merciful that they did not go forward to cause trouble. The white-haired mouse said that the ancestors of the cat and dog were killed by the beasts and their inner cores were refined. The four of them were very unpopular in this area. Once they made any mistakes, they would be killed by the other beasts. After that, the Gaduan king would not hold them accountable. At most, he would say that it would not happen again. What goes around comes around. Now, Chen had come and killed all the leaders. The glorious era that belonged to them had arrived. Where's my yin? While moving forward, Chen looked at the big bird next to him. Compared to my yin and my ji, it was indeed a big guy. My lord, I don't know. The big bird replied respectfully. In fact, after that lord came to this world, he did not inform it or the other clansmen. It only knew about this when it appeared last time. Along the way, Chen saw too many internal fights. This time, he saw the chaos with his own eyes. The Gaduan king did not come out to stop it, but let it continue to develop. Just after Chen and the others left, Song came to the riot area. Most of the riots were led by the Yang realm's subordinates, and they naturally knew this kingdom's steward. Song was like an old farmer diligently planting crops, carefully taking care of his own vegetable garden. He went to all the places where riots occurred, and with the prestige he had accumulated and some special words of persuasion, those riots gradually calmed down. Asterisk 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 my lord, it's in front. This is the closest entrance to us. It's said that there are other entrances in several other places. At the edge of the area, Chen came to the end of the Gaduan king's territory. At the junction of the two kingdoms, he saw the entrance without a single blade of grass. The aura here was a bit unusual. It was a kind of aura Chen had never felt before. After approaching, Chen saw that this place was dilapidated, without any signs of life. The passage ahead was more like a giant fissure. No one knew how it was formed, but it was clear that no one was bothered by it. Everyone who came here had already entered. As they approached, the white-furred rat became agitated. The other three beasts' emotions also changed. With a powerhouse like Chen by their side, it was impossible for them not to have any thoughts about this place. After entering the crack, Chen saw an inverted world. It was like a flat world that had been forcibly bent by some kind of power to become an opposite world. Chen could clearly see the situation above his head. The four beasts were also very surprised. After all, it was their first time here. In the world above, there was quite a commotion. When he looked up, he couldn't see where the sound came from. Then, Chen tried to sense what was different about this place, and his expression changed a little. My lord, what happened? The white-furred mouse asked. It had noticed the subtle change in Chen's expression. Chen said, my control over the laws has been affected to a certain extent. Ah! The white-furred rat was stunned. Then what should we do? The other three beasts were also a little worried. It doesn't matter. It's just that I'm affected. It didn't say that I can't use it at all. Compared to the other first realms, I still have an advantage. Chen looked ahead and said, let's go ahead and take a look. After walking for more than 10 miles, Chen saw a vine. It was the one that Shang-Ti and the others had borrowed. However, it had suffered some kind of power and had been cut off a lot. But as long as he jumped, he could still explore it. My lord, shall I go first? The white-furred rat also saw the vine, so it took the initiative to volunteer. Okay. Chen nodded. He wasn't familiar with this place and wanted to take a look first. The white-furred rat leaped, and the power around its body surged. Its little claws grabbed the vine, and then it quickly climbed up. Zichen looked up from below. The white-furred rat was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a high place. Soon, it let out a strange cry, and then its body fell upwards. With a bang, smoke and dust flew up, and the white-furred rat smashed into the ground. It immediately flipped over and shouted at Zichen, who was above its head, "My lord, I'm here. But in the middle, the gravity will change, so you have to control it carefully." Zichen nodded. He had already understood the principle behind it. The power of the rules appeared, directly forming a huge rule disc under his feet. The other three beasts were also enveloped by the disc, and their bodies began to rise into the air. After reaching a height of 99 feet, the gravity changed, and the rule disc that Zichen held up also began to distort. However, Zichen was already prepared. His body flipped in midair, and then the disc returned to his feet. The other three followed suit and landed steadily. "My lord, look." As soon as its body landed, the white-furred rat cried out in alarm. A group of spiders appeared. They were not big, but there were many of them, and they were densely packed. Everyone was surrounded. If they did not kill their way out, what awaited them would definitely be trouble. Zichen looked around. There were traces of battle here. Although there were no corpses, he could still tell from the battle that it was these small spiders. Zichen raised his hand, and the rules gathered in front of him like a tornado. Under Zichen's control, it flew forward. Wherever the tornado passed, the spiders were sucked in and forcibly carried away. A safe path appeared, and Zichen walked forward. During this time, wind would appear from time to time, carrying away the approaching spiders. "My lord, they're all following us." The white-furred rat's voice sounded. It turned out that the spiders behind had caught up. "Ignore them. Keep moving forward." Zichen waved his hand, and a cold aura surged in front of them. Under the circulation of this aura, an ice wall appeared in front of them. The spiders were blocked by the ice wall, and the ear-piercing sound of ice breaking rang out. Zichen increased his speed. Not long after, the ice crystal behind them shattered, and the spiders moved forward again. Looking at the spiders in front of him, Chung Ho's expression was somewhat ugly. He had been here for quite some time, but not only had he not seen any opportunities, he had not even seen any animals. All he could see were spiders. Endless spiders. A cold aura circulated in front of him, forming a land of ice. After the spiders stepped on it, their speed immediately decreased. Following that, ice spikes emerged from the sharp ice and pierced the spiders' bodies. Killing these spiders was very easy. Frost Maiden's face was a little pale. Killing a few spiders was nothing, but killing groups after groups was not a small expenditure for her. Chung Ho stomped down, and the ground shook. The spiders that tried to approach from behind were all sent flying. After landing, many spiders were killed, but some continued to flip over. Chung Ho punched out, and layers of fist force surged out, forming a shockwave that killed the approaching spiders. Rustling sounds continued, and countless spiders appeared at the end of their vision. Chung Ho, who had punched out 3 times in a row, sighed. "Do you think the two of us will die here?" Frost Maiden did not even look at him, and the cold aura continued to circulate. "Did we come too hastily? We couldn't meet up with everyone, and we were actually trapped by these small spiders." Chung Ho stomped his foot, and the ground rumbled like a ball rolling, burying countless spiders underground. "The old ones haven't appeared yet. They're clearly trying to exhaust the two of us to death." Chung Ho rolled his eyes and said, "Say, if the two of us really die here, would it be considered committing suicide?" Frost Maiden glared at him. "If you have the energy to talk nonsense, you might as well save it to kill a few more spiders." Chung Ho said helplessly, "I didn't say not to kill, but these spiders are too strange and evil. It seems like we can never kill them all. As long as it's not an illusion, there will be a time when we kill them all." Frost Maiden's voice was still calm, and her aura gradually became unstable. During this period, the two of them tried to kill their way out many times, or rather, find the big spider. Unfortunately, every time they tried to kill their way out, they would be found again. However, The big spider that was suspected to be controlling everything from behind did not appear. Chung-ho also tried to make some big movements to see if he could summon a few companions, even if they were enemies. However, he still did not discover anything. The current situation was undoubtedly equivalent to waiting for death. It's definitely not an illusion. You and I both know that, but these spiders are indeed very strange. Chung-ho said, I'm not afraid of death. In fact, this is considered a good result. The only pity is that I just saw some hope. I think that no one else would have thought that this world really has the opportunity to surpass the ancient holy venerables. Say, if they knew, how would they feel? Also, what would the expressions of those existences who died in battle be? Back then, they thought that they stood at the peak of the world, fighting to the death. Was it not worth it? He's not dead yet, but you're already talking so much nonsense. Frost Maiden, who was gradually exhausting herself, looked ahead and said, let's charge again. This time, we'll save as many as we can. Chung-ho hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, stop, stop. I don't want to play such a boring game anymore. There's no need to deliberately give me a way out. I just want to die here. If you want to leave, you can leave. I'll do my best to help you. Frost Maiden shook her head and said, no, there's more meaning in your life. Both of us living in this world is very meaningful. However, if it's for that fellow, there's no need to live. Whether it's in the previous life or this life, he has his own path to walk. If we forcefully interfere, there might not be a good result. How do you know if you don't try? All right then, but I'll still say the same thing. I'll go first and help you escape. On the other hand, you have to be careful. What Old Man Ji said last time was definitely not something he said casually. Just as the two of them were preparing for the final battle, they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. A gale swept over countless spiders. Chapter 4706. The hurricane howled, and the spiders were swept up and sent flying. Behind the hurricane was an empty area. Chung-ho and Han En-yu became vigilant because they didn't know whether the existence that had arrived was friend or foe. The hurricane dissipated in front of him, and Zi-chen's figure appeared. The four beasts poked their heads out behind him. Zi-chen? Chung-ho was stunned. He didn't expect it to be him. Sister Han En-yu, are you alright? Zi-chen asked with concern. Zi-chen originally didn't come in this direction, but he sensed energy fluctuations, so he came. I'm fine. Why are you here? Han En-yu shook her head. Chung-ho pursed his lips, and said, if you came a little later, the two of us would have died together. Han En-yu glared at Chung-ho, and he took the initiative to beg for mercy. The spiders surrounded them again, and the four beasts took the initiative to attack and repel the spiders. What's going on? Zi-chen looked at the spiders. I don't know. We encountered them as soon as we came here. During this time, we tried many methods, but we couldn't completely shake these guys off. How should I put it? It's like there are only these spiders in this world, Chung-ho said. Where's the leader? You didn't find her either? No, it's like she doesn't exist at all. Zi-chen released his perception, and there were indeed spiders all around. They were densely packed in this direction. No matter what, let's get out of here first. Zi-chen gestured for the four beasts to stay behind. He waved his hand and created a hurricane. The hurricane howled forward, clearing an area. Zi-chen walked forward, and Chung-ho followed. During this time, we've tried many times, and we found that we couldn't walk out of here. This is like a maze, but it's definitely not an illusion formation. Zi-chen nodded. During this time, he had been sensing his surroundings. Although the effect of the rules had decreased after coming here, he could still use a portion of the rules. This was Zi-chen's greatest reliance. In his perception, there were indeed no large spiders, and all he could see were spiders. No matter where he went, the spiders would come to him. Although the speed was relatively slow, it was still an infinite amount of pressure. Moreover, if he continued walking like this, he didn't know when he would reach the end. Zi-chen raised his head and looked at the world he had come from, but he saw nothing. It was as if his vision had been affected to a certain extent. Hurricanes kept appearing, but because he was borrowing a part of the rules, Zi-chen did not consume much energy. He had enough time to help everyone get rid of these little spiders. Chung Ho and Han Nu didn't attack again, and they continued to recover as they advanced. The spiders here can't be endless. Zichen looked at the spiders around him and realized that there were too many to count. That's what I think too. Merely, I don't know exactly what's going on, Han Nu said. Zichen looked at the white-furred rat and asked, would it work if you used a similar method? The white-furred rat shook its head and said, my clan definitely wouldn't be able to. However, if we brought all of the flame rats in the 18 kingdoms, it would be quite easy. However, every flame rat's death is a loss, and this illusion won't be maintained for long. We've seen many spiders along the way, and they're all real. I'm guessing that these spiders, or the existence controlling them, is a higher-level life form. Perhaps it has abilities that we don't know about, such as being able to reproduce limitlessly. Zichen looked ahead and said, a higher-level life form? Then we'll have to look for it. Zichen's senses were extremely sharp, and he believed that as long as the other party existed, he would be able to discover it. In Zichen's perception, there seemed to be some abnormalities with the spiders in front. There were fewer of them. It wasn't just Zichen who noticed this, the others also sensed it. Chung Ho said, that's strange. Nothing happened before, but now there are some abnormalities. Let's go ahead and take a look. Zichen walked at the front, and he still used the hurricane to clear the way. Although it looked easy and there was wind with a wave of his hand, if it were anyone else, they would definitely consume a lot of energy and might not even be able to walk out. The number of spiders up ahead had clearly decreased, and they even vaguely opened up a path for everyone to pass. At the moment, it was impossible to determine what was up ahead, but since there was no goal or direction, it was necessary to go ahead and take a look. As they continued forward, they didn't see anyone along the way, nor did they see any opportunities. The ground was dark brown, and there was a faint black color in the surrounding vegetation. High ground gradually appeared on both sides, and the spiders stood on the high ground, eyeing covetously. The path ahead gradually descended. Zichen released his perception in advance and discovered that it was a canyon. The canyon was currently empty. There were no spiders, but there were no other humans either. However, there were many spiders on both sides of the canyon. Zichen suddenly stopped. The others looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen said, there's a canyon ahead. This might be an encirclement. We are walking into a trap step by step. The few of them were shocked. Then, they looked at the spiders on both sides that had not attacked. Was this a trap? However, would it be so obvious? Unfortunately, they could not sense the situation ahead and could not give an answer. What should we do now? The white-furred rat asked. Chung Ho and Han Nu had not fully recovered, and the four beasts were also exhausted. Zichen looked at Chung Ho and Han Nu. Chung Ho said, your perception is special. You're in charge here. Zichen said, since the spiders haven't attacked yet, let's recover first. We'll go in and take a look when we're fully recovered. There were no abnormalities elsewhere, so even if it was a trap ahead, everyone still had to enter. They stayed like this for a period of time. The spiders stayed on both sides and stared at everyone. After a long time, they felt their hair stand on end. Chung Ho and Han Nu recovered one after another. The two of them, who had returned to their peak combat strength, also regained their former confidence. Chung Ho said boldly, then let's go in and take a look. Whether it's a trap or an open one, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we have to take a look. Zichen walked in front. Wherever he passed, all the spiders retreated to the sides. This time, they even took the initiative to make way. Soon, everyone entered the canyon. When they saw the canyon clearly, they realized that there was indeed nothing here. There were some black thorns growing on the earthen peaks on both sides. Occasionally, there were rugged rocks in the thorns. Are we going to pass through this canyon? The white-furred rat at the back poked its head out and looked at the other end of the canyon. Let's take a look. Everyone continued forward. When they reached the center of the canyon, they saw a group of spiders in the empty canyon. These spiders stacked on top of each other like a moving wall, immediately filling the gap. It really is a trap. Zichen turned his head and glanced behind him. The path was also blocked by spiders. There were so many of them that it was frightening. Then, many spiders also appeared on both sides of the canyon. They descended along the thorns. With such a simple scheme, everyone was tricked into it. If the opponent was a human, Zichen and the others would naturally be cautious. However, the trap set up by these spiders was somewhat unbelievable. It seems that this time, they planned to attack from above. That's why they lured us here. Chung Ho looked at the spiders on both sides of the mountain peak and said. In the next moment, these spiders jumped up and then fell freely. They looked like countless huge black hailstones. The path on both sides was blocked, and countless spiders fell from the sky. This looked like an unsolvable trap. The white-furred rat let out a scream of despair. It felt that in the next moment, it would be gnawed by the spiders on its body. Not even its bones would be left. The fur on the cats and dogs stood on end. They were in a state of anger. The light of energy began to surge on Chung Ho and Han Enyu's bodies. You don't have to do anything. I'll do it. Zichen's voice sounded. He gently raised his hand and made a gesture of raising the sky. The laws of heaven and earth began to circulate and then gathered above him, forming a glowing disc. All the spiders landed on the disc and then began to gnaw on it, making ear-piercing sounds. Buzz! The disc trembled, and a powerful force suddenly rose. Immediately, rays of light shot out from the disc. They were like real sword lights, piercing through the bodies of countless spiders. Then, these sword lights began to spin and began to indiscriminately slice. All the spiders on the disc were sliced into pieces. A foul-smelling liquid dripped down the edge of the disc. It was nauseating. At this moment, the wall of spiders on both sides had also arrived. Zichen waved his left hand, and a hurricane appeared again. It directly destroyed the wall of spiders and sent the nearby spiders flying. Should we kill our way out? After seeing this scene, Chung Ho was no longer nervous. Zichen's methods had far exceeded his expectations. Zichen shook his head and said, no need. Actually, I don't believe that these spiders will be endless. The strangulation continued. Zichen stood there, and not a single spider could get close. Countless spiders were dying at every moment. At this moment, not only were the spiders fighting a war of attrition, but Zichen was also fighting a war of attrition. The former wanted to exhaust everyone to death, while the latter wanted to exhaust the spiders until the big guy appeared. Time began to pass, and the consumption continued. Zichen was still calm and composed. The power he summoned was mostly borrowed from the laws of heaven and earth, so it didn't consume much of his body. Even if there was a consumption, Zichen could quickly use the laws to replenish it. This continued for about an hour. After countless spiders died, they still couldn't hurt Zichen and the others at all. The spiders finally retreated. The moment the spiders retreated, Zichen put away the disc above his head and immediately soared into the sky. During this time, the laws of heaven and earth appeared under his feet twice. He stood on the mountain peak and looked into the distance. Chapter 4707. Chung Ho climbed up the mountain and came to Zichen's side. What did you see? Zichen said, a big guy. It's not slow and has already left. Chung Ho was a step too late and did not see the big spider. Everything should be controlled by the other party. However, this also indirectly proved that the number of these small spiders was not endless. Otherwise, they would not have retreated in the end. In the blink of an eye, all the living spiders in the surroundings had retreated, leaving behind only corpses that almost filled half of the canyon. It was a shocking sight. Should we chase after them and take a look? Chung Ho suggested. Zichen nodded. He did have this idea. Landing on the ground, the group continued forward. After walking out of the canyon, all the spiders had disappeared. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Zichen was there and could mobilize a part of the rule force. Otherwise, it would have been almost impossible for them to walk out of the canyon alive. Once something that was unremarkable, once it reached a certain scale, it was actually so terrifying. Asterisk 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 Shan Ou, from the demon race, walked out of a forest. He looked at the old man leaning against a big rock. There were 3 people sitting next to the old man. How was it? After seeing Shan Oyu, the old man raised his eyelids. The others became expectant. Shan Oyu shook his head. It didn't work. The spiders retreated. The old man was startled. Retreated? Could they be afraid? I didn't dare to get too close. I was worried that Zichen would notice, so I don't know what happened. The battle lasted for about an hour before they retreated. Shan Oyu said helplessly, maybe they knew that they were no match for them and didn't want to die like this. After the protectors came here, their control of the rule force weakened a lot. Since they could last for an hour, it means that they had a chance to kill those people. The old man thought for a moment and said, is there a way to control more leaders? Shan Oyu shook his head. Absolutely impossible. What I can do is influence some of their consciousness and subtly influence them to follow my orders. It's impossible to command them by force. Moreover, I guess that those leaders are taking orders from other existences and don't dare to take risks. If something happens, we can't leave even if we want to. After witnessing how troublesome and terrifying those spiders were, they did not have the confidence to stand on the opposite side of those spiders. A demon leader said, we could have killed Chung Ho and Han Nu, but he just had to come out and ruin our plans. It's a pity that we have fallen out with the Gaduan king. Otherwise, if we find another demon, we should be able to kill them all. A thought suddenly flashed through the old man's mind. That's right. Why don't we try that? The others looked at the old man, not knowing what he had thought of. The old man looked at Shan Oyu and said, are you sure that there will be even more powerful existences appearing later? Who controls everything? Shan Oyu shook his head uncertainly. I can't say for sure. I'm just guessing. There's a high possibility. Then we can give it a try. The old man said, just let them go and start a fight between the two sides. Maybe we can get some unexpected gains by sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. The others were slightly startled. They didn't expect the old man to use this method. For a moment, their expressions changed. Shan Oyu did not agree immediately. Is that appropriate? We still have the advantage now, but once they meet up and Zichen joins in, the situation will be very disadvantageous for us. The others nodded. This was not a small risk. The old man pondered for a moment before saying, this is only the worst-case scenario. However, you have neglected the power of those spiders. Even with Zichen's protection, if the two sides fight fiercely, most of those people will die. If those big guys appear, perhaps even more people will die. This is not the what if that we expected. If it really happens, everyone, including Zichen, will die here. Compared to the worst-case scenario, if the best-case scenario happens, it will be much more beneficial to us. Maybe we can take this opportunity to find the secret of becoming a demon and advance to the demon realm in one go. After hearing the old man's words, everyone still had some concerns. They were all existences comparable to ancient holy masters. Of course, they wouldn't act rashly just because of a few words. However, after a careful discussion, and after thinking about the worst-case scenario and the best-case scenario, they decided to give it a try. There was always a what if. What if they succeeded? Asterisk 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 Shang Ti, how is it? The pale-faced Shang Ti sat there cross-legged. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth. Ning Hua and the others were protecting her. There were spider corpses all around them. After entering here, they had been surrounded by spiders. They continued to fight as they advanced, but they still couldn't get rid of those spiders. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many people in the team and they could take turns to recover, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. But now, everyone was injured and couldn't hold on any longer. Thus, they placed their hopes on Shang Ti, hoping that she could use a special method to help them find a way out. Shang Ti was very helpless. After coming here, the mysteries of the heavens were hidden everywhere. Every time she tried to divine, she would suffer a backlash. The mysteries of the heavens were so blurry that she couldn't see clearly. Every time she tried, it was like she was leaking the mysteries of the heavens. However, there was no chance of survival. She tried many times, but it was still the same. Fat. After another forceful divination, Shang Ti coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face became even paler as she pointed to the side and said, "Here. If we kill our way out from here, there's a chance of survival. But we have to be quick. The chance is fleeting." She adjusted her breath and stood up. Then, a group of people protected her and killed their way in that direction. The spiders were still endless. This little guy who was very inconspicuous in the outside world had become a fatal threat here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The big spider ran away. Zichen decided to follow it. He didn't see any other spiders along the way. It was as if all the spiders had disappeared in an instant. During this time, the white-furred mouse suggested that since the spiders had disappeared, it was time to try looking for opportunities. At this time, Zichen felt energy fluctuations again. It was a familiar energy fluctuation. "There's a battle over there. Let's go and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed forward. The others didn't feel anything strange, including Han and Yu. They followed Zichen. After a long time, they felt something was wrong. From this, it could be seen how powerful Zichen's senses were. "It's Ning Hua." Chung Ho saw Ning Hua's group from afar and shouted. Ning Hua, who was fighting, raised his head and saw the approaching hurricane. The spiders, which were a great threat to them, were quickly swept away by the hurricane. Zichen walked in front. "Are you all okay?" Zichen looked at everyone. "I'm fine. Fortunately, you came in time." Ning Hua shook his head. It turned out that the ray of hope that Shang-Ti had predicted was Zichen's group. The others also felt like they had survived a disaster. They gasped for breath. The spiders, which hadn't retreated, quietly retreated when Zichen approached. The continuous rustling sound finally stopped. Chung Ho and Han Enyu followed behind. Their situation wasn't much better than before. Strange. Those spiders who came out of nowhere never retreated. But now, they retreated when they saw you. Ning Hua looked at them. "What method did you use?" "Zichen, where's Meng Yarrow? Why are you here alone?" Shang-Ti, who was in a bad state, was worried about his disciple after the spiders left. Zichen was very touched. He replied politely, "Senior, don't worry. Meng Yarrow is still refining the leader's inner core. She's very safe. I'm here to take a look." "Leader's inner core?" Shang-Ti's expression changed slightly. "So you've broken through?" Zichen nodded. Shang-Ti said again, "Could it be that the spiders retreated because of you?" Zichen said, "Sort of. My power is limited here, but I can still use some of the laws. Since you can use some of the laws, it's still a law. That's why I said you're invincible here. No wonder those spiders that couldn't be killed no matter how hard they tried had retreated. So it was because of an invincible existence like you." Only then did Ning Hua relax and said, "Shang-Ti, then calculate again, where is the opportunity to become an abyss devil? With Zichen in the team, no one should be able to snatch it from us." Shang-Ti's eyes dimmed. "I'm afraid I can't calculate anymore. The backlash here is too great. It's already not easy to find the opportunity." Looking at the blaming Shang-Ti, Ning Hua hurriedly said, "Don't worry. As long as Zichen is here, we'll find the final opportunity even if we have to search slowly." Zichen looked at everyone who was in high spirits and said helplessly, "The most important thing right now is to recover. You guys recover first. If those spiders come again, it'll be troublesome." "Troublesome?" "With you, an invincible existence, even if those spiders come again, they'll just be sending themselves to death." Ning Hua smiled faintly. He didn't seem to care. The rustling sound that had disappeared before sounded again. This time, it was even stronger. The spiders that had retreated actually came back. They quickly appeared and surrounded everyone. Ning Hua's smile froze. He wanted to slap his own face. Why did he jinx it all of a sudden? The faces of Li Haocheng and the others turned ugly. These spiders were their nightmares. "You guys recover first. I'll deal with them." Zichen looked at the approaching spiders. His expression wasn't as relaxed as his words. The fact that they had returned meant that they were confident. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. The four beasts spread out consciously and entered a state of alert. Chung Ho and Han Nu also stared in two directions to prevent any accidents. The hurricane appeared again. It appeared in all directions and swept away all the surrounding spiders. The spiders landed on the ground and continued forward. The hurricane appeared for the second time. This time, blades appeared in the wind and killed all the spiders. When they landed on the ground, only broken corpses were left. Then, the hurricane appeared several times. Each time, no spiders were left alive. On the other hand, Zichen's perception was constantly scanning his surroundings, carefully keeping his guard up. Chapter 4708. Kai. The wind blades in the hurricane were extremely sharp, cutting the spiders apart one after another. Under the sweeping of the hurricane, not a single spider could get close. Ning Hua, who was still a little worried earlier, was relieved at this moment. With Zichen's strength, there would be no problem blocking them until they recovered. Hurricanes appeared one after another, and the spiders were also dying. Zichen's expression gradually changed. What's wrong? Han Nu noticed Zichen's abnormality. A big guy has appeared. Zichen said in a deep voice. In his perception range, a big spider had appeared, just like what he had seen before. And there's more than one. Han Nu shook her head, indicating that she didn't sense anything. Chung Ho asked, "Are they coming over?" "No, they're still watching from afar." As she spoke, she didn't delay Zichen's attack. The hurricane came casually, but the spiders were endless. The big spiders in the distance still didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, they stood far away and watched. Perhaps they didn't know that their traces had been discovered by Zichen. Time passed, and the battle was still ongoing. In a place where Zichen couldn't sense, Shono and the others appeared. At this moment, they didn't pay attention to Zichen. Instead, they were paying attention to the small spiders. As long as the small spiders were still courting death, it meant that everything was normal. The big guys still didn't go forward and were still watching the battle from afar. Zichen wasn't in a hurry. At the very least, he could buy some time for Ning Hua and the others to recover. As if sensing Zichen's intention and not wanting to give him time, the big guys began to try to approach. Sensing this scene, Zichen didn't want to wait any longer. "Since you've taken the initiative to come to me, don't blame me for being impolite." 8 rays of energy flew out from Zichen's body. These rays of light flew in all directions. During this time, laws descended from the sky and landed in the energy, fusing with it. When the energy reached the spiders, it seemed to form a large net that enveloped the spiders. Then, the large net began to glow, about to capture the big spiders. Wang. Streaks of black light flowed out of the spider's body. The black light was extremely sharp, like an ice blade, and it broke free from the bindings of the large net. At the center of the battlefield, Zichen, who had sensed this scene, was slightly stunned and somewhat in disbelief. An attack that contained the power of laws had actually been broken? Even if he was suppressed here, it shouldn't be so easy. Could it be that the power has been dispersed? Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He only attacked one spot, yet this attack was still neutralized by the other party. What's wrong? Chung Ho looked at Zichen. Those big guys are approaching, and my rule attacks have lost their effect on them. This kind of situation would not happen outside. With just a thought, all the head realm cultivators would die. Perhaps it has something to do with this world. The aura here is clearly different from that of the other world. Naturally, it is resistant to the rules. Chung Ho glanced at Zichen again. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Those big guys were approaching, but their speed was relatively slow. Perhaps because of Zichen's previous attack, they had become more vigilant. It would probably take some time for them to get close. During this time, Ning Hua and the others could use this time to recover. Thus, Zichen paid attention silently. He no longer attacked those big guys and waited for them to approach. During this period, the hurricane did not disappear. Those spiders could not get close at all, and there were countless casualties. Finally, the large spiders appeared in the perception of Chung Ho and the others. There were a total of 8 of them. At this time, Ning Hua and the others had also recovered. They stood up one after another and looked at the 8 big guys. Their expressions changed. Those big guys were approaching, but they did not reproduce any smaller spiders. Obviously, they had their own methods. Zichen tried to attack again, but the rules fell on the big spiders. It was still useless. I have to go over and take a look. You guys need to guard this place, Zichen said. Don't worry, we have so many people. It's not a problem to guard against these little guys. No one showed off at this time because those big spiders were obviously not friendly. It was not a bad idea for Zichen, a protector, to go and test the waters. The most important thing was that when fighting against the big spiders, they had to be careful of the smaller ones. This was difficult for others to do. Zichen leaped forward. During this time, rules kept appearing under his feet. He was constantly borrowing the force of the air to move forward. A big spider stretched out its foreleg and pointed at Zichen in the air like a javelin. A sense of danger emerged in Zichen's heart. His figure immediately fell from the sky and trampled a large number of spiders to death. When Zichen landed, his aura surged, and the nearby spiders were sent flying. 2 clear traces were left in the air. They were 2 sword-like attacks that shot out from the big spider's forelegs. Zichen, who had dodged the attack in advance, exerted force under his feet and his figure swept forward again. During this time, rules kept flowing in all directions, taking away the smaller spiders who tried to attack. As its figure approached, the big spider opened its mouth and spat out a dark green juice that had an extremely pungent smell. It poured toward Zichen. A light lit up in front of Zichen and formed a real defense. The venom landed on it and emitted a sizzling smoke. It had an extremely strong corrosive effect. Zichen stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A ray of light shot out from his finger and landed on the spider's body. However, it exploded into sparks. The big guy's defense was beyond Zichen's expectations. After his attack was ineffective, Zichen immediately retreated. A large lustrous net fell where Zichen had been standing. It was spat out by the big spider. Zichen, who had avoided the big net, leaped high, wanting to stand on the big spider's back. More than 10 black sword chi flew out from the spider's back, carrying boundless killing intent. Zichen could only retreat again. After a series of attacks, Zichen was unable to achieve any results. In other directions, the other 7 spiders were approaching Chung Ho and the others. Zichen was already so difficult to deal with, let alone the others. Zichen, how is it? Chung Ho shouted from afar. His voice sounded anxious. Zichen took a deep breath and replied, "It's a small problem." He slowly stretched out his hand. The surrounding spiders immediately surged forward and crawled all over Zichen's body. Zichen. Looking at Zichen, who was drowned by spiders, Hanenyu cried out involuntarily. Buzz. There was a light tremor. Ripples spread out with Zichen as the center. The spiders crawling on Zichen's body began to rustle and fall. A bright ray of light appeared in front of Zichen and headed straight for the big spider. Pu. The ray of light pierced the big spider's eyes and completely penetrated its body. After flying in a circle, it returned to Zichen. It was the short sword condensed by the white-clothed youth. Under Zichen's full power, it killed the big spider in one strike. The big spider's huge body collapsed with a loud bang, crushing many small spiders. The other small spiders became flustered and seemed to want to escape. But soon, they calmed down again. Those that should move forward moved forward, and those that should attack Zichen attacked Zichen. Swish. Zichen's figure disappeared from the spot and charged toward the second big spider. The large spider seemed to have sensed something. Before Zichen even got close, it spat out venom, filling the entire sky with it. The venom that fell to the ground corroded many small spiders, and Zichen's defense was also affected. This was under the condition that he had the support of the laws. Without the support of the laws, his fate would not be much better than those small spiders. After the venom came spider webs. The spider webs glowed with light, and there were countless barbs on them. As long as one was enveloped, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Kai. At this moment, a ray of light passed through a gap in the spider webs, directly piercing through the head of the retreating big spider. After killing the enemy, the ray of light disappeared. It turned out that Chen had already gone to the third spider. Killing 2 big spiders in succession was not a small blow to the other 6 spiders. They had already stopped and seemed to be considering whether or not to retreat. Shio! The ray of light appeared again, and like a straight bolt of lightning, it pierced through the body of the third spider. Following that was the fourth spider. The sound of wind and thunder could be faintly heard. The ray of light from before was silent, but this time, it caused quite a commotion. Pu. The fourth spider died. There were still 4 spiders left. Seeing that the situation was not good, they began to retreat. At this point, Chen naturally would not let them escape. The short sword moved close to the ground, causing countless dust to fly. It was like a dust dragon, and along the way, countless spiders were swept up and strangled by the energy. It killed the 5th big guy, then the 6th, and the 7th. The momentum of the short sword grew louder and louder. Wherever it passed, it created a hurricane, causing the earth to shake, trees to fall, and leaves to dance wildly in the sky. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Such terrifying power, it seemed to be able to kill even gods and Buddhas. Even the group of gods and demons, who were far away, heard the commotion in the distance, and their expressions changed drastically. Is this the power of a guardian? It's too scary. How can a guardian like this, who has the advantage of heaven and earth, be killed? Several people were dejected. It seemed that not only had their plan failed, but they had also lost their original advantage. Originally, they had a chance to kill Ninghua and the others. Now that they had met up with Chen, and Chen had displayed such terrifying power, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. The old man's expression also became unsightly. He did not expect things to develop in the worst way. Pu. The 8th big guy was killed by Chen. At this point, all the big spiders that had come here were killed by Chen. The small spiders in the surroundings seemed to have lost their leader, and they all fled like headless flies. The short sword flew back and was put away by Chen. Amazing. In the distance, Chung Ho gave Chen a thumbs up. The others also laughed. The biggest threat had been eliminated. The law of control is about being silent. It seems that the momentum is becoming more and more terrifying, but that is because you can't control your own power, and your mind is greatly exhausted. So, this is a sign that you are powerless. A calm voice came from not far away. Chapter 4709. With the 8 large spiders dead and the other smaller spiders fleeing, everyone thought that the crisis was over and all of them had smiles on their faces. With Chen as their protector, they were naturally at ease. After all, the commotion behind them was huge. Even if there were other monsters hiding in the dark, they would not dare to show themselves. However, they did not expect that someone would appear so quickly. Some of them came with ill intentions. After they appeared, they looked at Chen with a smile. Am I right? The short sword that had been put away was once again in Chen's hand. His face was pale and he had consumed a lot of energy. He looked at the newcomer with a rare expression of vigilance. Not a bad weapon. Unfortunately, you did not refine it properly after you got it. It should be the weapon you used when you were in the Yang state, right? The newcomer walked forward with the same smile on his face and his tone was casual. Who are you? Chen asked cautiously. The other party smiled again and said, You've already guessed my identity, so why bother asking? So, you are also a protector. It seemed that only a protector could walk around freely and ignore the presence of spiders. Tai snapped his fingers. Let's get to know each other. I am Tai. Chung Ho and the others' expressions changed. They did not expect a protector to appear at this time. The rumors are true. The white-furred rat exclaimed. It is said that there have always been 2 protectors in the Gaduan kingdom. However, they have never appeared together. Over time, everyone thought that it was just a rumor. The previous protector's death was actually a joint scheme of the white-furred rat and the others. Even the white-furred rat, who had countless subordinates and a lot of information, was dumbfounded at this moment. The newcomer should not have chosen this time to appear to get to know Chen and make friends. This should be considered a turn of events, right? The situation was developing in the worst direction. Unwilling to accept it, Old GE came from another direction, wanting to find out what was going on. He happened to see this scene. Shan Ou and the others followed with smiles on their faces. This was indeed a turn of events. Because they had already accepted their failure and were feeling depressed, they did not expect another protector to appear. In that case, although the situation didn't change for the best, it is still much better than the best. The old man looked at Chung Ho and the others in the distance and said in a low voice, "Everyone, it seems that we will have to say goodbye in this world." Zi Chen did not expect that the other party was actually a Dao protector. He was shocked and surprised. "Why are you here?" Getai said, "You already know the answer. Don't tell me you don't know how you became a guardian." Everyone's expression changed, and their last hope was gone. They didn't come with good intentions. This was because Zi Chen had become a protector because he had killed the white-robed young man and devoured the laws that belonged to him. Getai continued, "I've been stuck in the head realm for a very, very long time. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to advance any further. I didn't expect your appearance to give me hope again. So, if I want to become a demon, I can only come to you." Zi Chen said in a deep voice, "If you kill me and devour the origin of the laws, you will be able to advance to the fiend realm?" Getai shook his head. "I'm not sure about this, but I can always try, right? The same applies to you. If you can kill me, you can also try to refine my laws and see if you can break through another realm. Of course, the premise is that you have the strength and ability to do so." Getai took a step forward, and the power of laws flowed around his body. "In terms of control of laws, you are much worse than me. So, only I can refine you. You won't have the chance to kill me." Zi Chen's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was only a latecomer, so his understanding and control of laws could not be compared to this guy in front of him. In this regard, he was already at a disadvantage. Now that he had consumed a lot of energy, he was obviously at a disadvantage. Therefore, before this battle started, Zi Chen was already at a disadvantage and had no chance of winning. Previously, Getai had already pointed out Zi Chen's situation, so after learning that the other party had come with ill intentions, Chung Ho walked forward. As soon as he moved, the others moved as well. At this moment, Zi Chen's life was closely related to theirs. If Zi Chen died, it would be difficult for them to survive. "Don't come over. I can deal with it," Zi Chen shouted. He knew that it was useless. If they came over, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. However, if they did not come over, Zi Chen would definitely die in the following battle. The others paused, but Frost Maiden did not stop at all and continued forward. In the distance, old GE mocked, "You're quite infatuated, but you can only die when you encounter a Dao protector. Go, go. It's best if everyone goes to die first." At this moment, rustling sounds rang out again. The spiders that had disappeared earlier had reappeared. Moreover, they quickly reached the battlefield and filled it. Wang. Frost Maiden's body flowed with cold light. Frost Chi swept forward, freezing a large number of spiders into ice sculptures. But soon, new spiders stepped forward and stepped on the ice sculptures. Frost Chi surged again and sealed a large number of spiders in ice. Chung Ho was anxious. Frost Maiden was powerful, but these spiders were endless. Before she could reach Zi Chen to deal with Ji Tai, she would probably not be able to hold on. "Sister Frost Maiden, I'm fine. Don't worry." Zi Chen's voice rang out again. This time, it was much more determined. Frost Maiden hesitated for a moment before finally stopping. Then, she retreated step by step. Just as she retreated, the spiders did not attack. Instead, they surrounded her and did not move. The original battlefield was now divided into two large areas by the spiders. One was the confrontation between Zi Chen and Ji Tai, while the other was where Chung Ho and the others were. This was intentional by the spiders. "Do you see it? Do you see it?" Old GE's expression became excited. "We made the right bet. There's an even more powerful existence behind these spiders. At this moment, its will has already been revealed. It wants the two Dao protectors to fight to the death." The others nodded. Their expressions changed quickly. For them, this was a rare opportunity. After the spiders appeared, Chen released his perception, wanting to see if there was another big guy coming. But this time, he did not sense anything. Then, he saw the spiders separating the battlefield. Obviously, they did not want the upcoming battle to be disturbed by external forces. He looked at Tai. Now, you still want to continue fighting? Tai smiled and asked, why not? Chen asked again, are you serious? What else? Chen nodded seriously. He also understood Tai's meaning. The existence secretly commanding the spiders did not appear immediately. It should be afraid of the battle strength of the two. Tai wanted to continue fighting because he was sure of this. Once the two of them fought to the death, they could devour each other and then return to their original state in a very short time. If they were lucky enough to break through, they could kill that existence. All right. Chen nodded. Just as he spoke, a light flew out from his palm. It was a short sword. It was also a sneak attack. It was rare for Chen to take the initiative to launch a sneak attack, which showed his fear of Tai. If it was before, I would be serious, but now, you can only court death. Just as Tai replied casually, a similar beam of light flew out. Clang. With a clang, Chen's short sword flew back. In front of Tai, there was also a short sword floating in front of him. It looked exactly the same as Chen's. Looking at Chen's slightly surprised expression, Tai smiled and said, why, are you surprised? Let me tell you, the reason why the weapon in your hand could be formed was my suggestion. Originally, I wanted to let that kid refine it for some time, and then I would borrow it to refine it again. I didn't expect that you would beat me to it. This is good, it saves me trouble. Swish. Tai disappeared and appeared in front of Chen in the next moment. The speed of the sword light was actually slower than his, but it went straight for Chen's sea of consciousness. Chen let go, and the short sword followed to block it. Chen exchanged a punch with Tai, who was close to him. A powerful force shook, and Chen's body flew back. During this time, the two identical short swords were clashing, and sparks were bursting out from the collision. Chen and Tai were fighting within the trajectory of the two short swords. The two's attack was very simple. It was to meet force with force, and exchange attacks with each other. Chen punched Tai's forehead, and when Tai's head was thrown back, Tai also punched Chen's chest. They were fighting with their physical bodies, and it was a life for a life, to see who could last until the end. However, Chen had consumed a lot of energy, and was obviously at a disadvantage. Chen was beaten back again and again, and he kept coughing up blood. The others were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Chen fell to the ground and coughed up blood, his face pale. Tai stood in the distance and looked at him quietly. He did not take the opportunity to kill him. Why? You can't do it. I remember that you should have other methods, right? For example, you can say the word die to me. A powerful force flowed and surged in his body, accompanied by laws. Oh, so they are really hidden in your body. Your method is interesting. It was the power contained in Chen's unique combat skill. Tai used the laws to find it and then immediately destroyed it. This was Chen's last resort, and also his greatest reliance. It was actually seen through and neutralized. Song didn't lie to me. You are indeed cunning. Tai said, stop pretending. Continue to stand up and fight. Chen stood up, and then he was sent flying again. When he landed, he hit some spiders, and many of them were killed. The spiders retreated again and did not take the opportunity to attack. Get up. Don't be a coward. Tai suddenly approached and stepped on Chen's head. With a roar of energy, Chen's head sank into the ground. Do it. When Chung Ho and the others saw this, they could no longer hold back and began to attack the spiders. Don't worry about me. Go. Chen, who felt that death was approaching, shouted loudly. With me here, none of them can leave. As for you, this is the end. I will first send you on your way, and then take back the power of laws that should have been mine. Tai's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he was about to kill. The difference in power between the two was too great. Tai, who was at his peak, could easily kill Chen, who had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, the sky suddenly shook, and countless ripples surged. A palm print with the power of laws appeared out of thin air. Chapter 47:10. Chen was obviously no match for Tai, and victory was in sight. Old Man Ge and the others were very excited. Once Tai won, Chung Ho and the others would naturally die. Even if they wanted to run, they had to be able to do so first. This was definitely a turn of events, and the heavens were still looking out for them. Just as they were looking forward to Chen's death, there was a change in heaven and earth. The power of the rules was suddenly mobilized by an unknown force, forming a huge palm print that fell from the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the depths of this space, there was an independent space, and Lei Di was standing in this space at the moment. He looked up at the sky, there was a gap there, and countless black lights emerged from the gap. The aura of these black lights was very unique, obviously different from any aura in the Saint Spirit domain. Standing in this space, Lei Di felt a sense of oppression. This feeling came partly from the gap, but mostly from the pagoda. The pagoda was 7 stories tall, and the body of the pagoda was pitch black, made of an unknown material. There were 2 words on the pagoda. Prison suppression. After Lei Di found this prison suppression pagoda, his attention was on it. He circled the pagoda and slowly flew up, carefully looking at the floors of the pagoda from the outside. However, he could not see anything. Coming to the bottom of the pagoda and looking at the closed door, Lei Di fell into hesitation, as if he did not know whether to enter or not. When he first came to this strange world, Lei Di did not feel anything strange. He was curious about everything he saw and was very satisfied with his ability. However, as time passed, he gradually found that he was different from others. At this time, he came here just to find the truth. And the prison suppression pagoda in front of him might be the truth. At this time, Lei Di suddenly frowned, and his mood became a little irritable. Then, he moved his gaze away from the prison suppression pagoda and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to penetrate this independent space and see what was happening in the distance. He was silent, and his eyes did not blink, as if he saw something interesting and was very focused. After some time, Lei Di moved. He stretched his muscles and showed a dissatisfied look. This kind of behavior is more or less shameless. It's fine if I didn't see it, but since I saw it, I can't just ignore it. After all, to live in this world, I still have to have some face. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and lightly clapped. Several ripples surged out from his body and disappeared more than 100 feet away. No one knew what he had done. But in an extremely distant place, in the air above Chen and Tai, a massive palm imprint of laws appeared out of nowhere. It appeared without warning, and as soon as it appeared, it sealed off the surroundings, forming an absolutely oppressive space. In this space, Chen, who was lying on the ground, couldn't move at all, and Tai, who was standing there, couldn't move either. There was a saying, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. The current situation was like the sky was collapsing, and Tai was the taller one. Faced with the sudden change, he could only raise his head and watch as the palm imprint descended from the sky. Boom! As the palm fell, the heavens and earth shook. A powerful shockwave surged, and the surrounding spiders were all sent flying backward. When they landed on the ground, they were annihilated by the surging precepts. Smoke and dust were flying in the air, and among them were many trees that had turned into powder. In an instant, within the range of the palm imprint, there were only 2 people left. Other than that, there was nothing else. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Tai was still standing there, and Chen was still lying on the ground. They didn't look any different from before. The difference was that Tai was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and there was also blood in between his eyebrows. His short sword fell far away, trembling slightly. No one knew if it was because of fear or because it was wailing. There was an instant of silence, and it seemed that even the spiders had stopped moving forward. No one knew where the palm imprint came from, and they didn't even know what effect it had. They were all shocked by the might of the palm imprint. Shang-Ti seemed to have sensed something, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction, but he didn't see anything. Zichen, who was at a loss, stood up and faced the motionless Ji Tai, and pushed his palm out. Peng! Ji Tai's body slid back by 3 feet, and his lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster. At that moment, he felt as if he had encountered a mighty heavenly might, and his soul was about to be scattered. But for some reason, the heavenly might didn't destroy him, but only injured him. Zichen also didn't know what was going on, but since his opponent was injured by a palm imprint from beyond the heavens, it was a good thing for him. Our injuries don't seem to be much different now, so let's continue the battle. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Ji Tai. This palm imprint rekindled his confidence. The short sword danced, and went straight for the space between his opponent's eyebrows. Clang! The 2 short swords clashed, and sparks flew. Zichen and Ji Tai each gave each other a punch. The powerful force caused the 2 to fly back and fall to the ground. Then, they got up again and continued the battle. The spacious area that was previously cleared was filled by the surrounding spiders again, and they stopped Chung Ho and the others from helping. Because in this situation, once Chung Ho and the others joined in, the situation would definitely change. On the other side, spiders appeared in front of Old Man Ge and the others, intending to stop them. But it didn't have much effect, as Old Man Ge and the others didn't intend to rush out now. Even when the spiders arrived, they wanted to retreat. Obviously, they were being watched by someone in the dark. Once the other party had the intention to kill them, they would die. The battle between Zichen and Ji Tai continued, but this time, because Ji Tai was also injured, there was no absolute suppression. Both sides were exchanging attacks. The battle was now evenly divided, and it depended on who could last until the end. Why do I feel that the previous palm imprint was meant to help Zichen? Shan Ou couldn't help but mutter as he watched the battle. If it was meant to help Zichen, why didn't it just kill the protector? Not to mention that it couldn't be done, with that kind of terrifying power, even if there were a few Ge Tais, they would have died. Someone next to him said. Old Man Ge paused, and said, could it be because of the restrictions of heaven and earth? To determine a winner between the protectors, they must be under the same conditions. Previously, Zichen consumed a lot of energy, but Ge Tai was at his peak. So when Zichen was about to die, the rules appeared to stop it. The others nodded, as this possibility was still very high. Everyone should maintain a sense of reverence towards the rules. Chung Ho and the others were anxious, but there was nothing they could do now. They could only watch as the 2 protectors determined a winner. The winner was life and death. In the continuous collision, the injuries of the 2 were worsening, but no one fell. Even if their bodies were staggering, they still stood up and continued to fight. Why haven't you fallen? Why haven't you fallen? Ge Tai punched Zichen's chin, causing Zichen to retreat continuously, and he himself was also staggering. Zichen smiled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When you die, I will naturally fall. He punched back, causing Ge Tai to spit out blood. Both of them looked miserable. Don't even think about it, I won't fall. I want you to die, I want you to die. In a spurt of energy, Ge Tai stepped forward and punched Zichen again and again. Zichen had long been exhausted. Facing such a series of attacks, he was powerless to fight back and kept retreating. After more than 10 punches, Zichen finally fell. Haha, the one who fell is still you. See? You're still the one who fell. Ge Tai couldn't help but laugh. He was very proud and crazy. Zichen fell to the ground, and it would be very difficult for him to stand up in his current state. So after failing to succeed, he nodded and said, yes, I've fallen. But the one who died is still you. Ge Tai's smile stopped. He seemed to have thought of something, as fear appeared in his eyes and he retreated again and again. It's useless. As long as I'm not at my peak, you can't sense the existence of my power. As his voice faded, Zichen uttered the word die. Countless forces seemed to explode inside Ge Tai's body. Accompanied by a powerful roar, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. The spiders on the periphery were originally very quiet, but after Ge Tai spat out blood, they seemed to be in a commotion. You, Ji Tai pointed his finger at Zi Chen, but he didn't know what to say. His eyes were full of hatred, but more than that, there was regret. He didn't know if he regretted appearing here. If he lived according to his original life, he would be drinking tea in the bamboo house at this moment. How leisurely and carefree would he be? Along with this, he also hated Ge Song. He shouldn't have listened to that smelly fox's bewitchment. He didn't get the opportunity to come here, but instead faced the threat of death. Zi Chen slowly stood up. The spiders were still in a commotion, but they still didn't move forward. Zi Chen looked at Ji Tai in front of him and said, "At this point, you'd better not persist. Otherwise, our results will be taken advantage of by others." Just as Zi Chen spoke, the power of the laws between heaven and earth began to surge, accompanied by countless vitality, which converged towards Zi Chen's body. The reason why he didn't use the laws to heal before was that when the two of them were fighting, the laws suppressed each other and couldn't be used to heal at all. It was the same for both sides. Now, it was all good. The spiders finally moved and quickly moved towards the battlefield. Zi Chen's face turned cold. "At this point, you still haven't given up. You're obviously trying to trick me. Since you've lost, you have to admit it. What's the point of holding on?" Therefore, before Ji Tai died, he saw Zi Chen throw out another punch. This punch contained the laws. He was already powerless to resist, so he naturally couldn't stop Zi Chen from using the laws. Bang! Ji Tai flew out. A ray of light flew out from Ji Tai's body, and then it was pulled towards Zi Chen. Chapter 47:11. After Ji Tai fell to the ground, what flew out of his body was the source of the rule. It flew towards Zi Chen, and countless blood-colored roses seemed to be blooming on its blood-stained white clothes. The source of the rule entered Zi Chen's body, and more vitality came from all directions, healing Zi Chen's injuries. Zi Chen's injuries were visibly recovering. Those spiders came close and tried to attack Zi Chen. A light shield of the rule appeared, blocking all the spiders outside. Inside the light shield, Zi Chen sat cross-legged and began to refine the source of the rule. When Chung Ho and the others saw this, they breathed a sigh of relief. After killing Ji Tai and obtaining a new source of the rule, Zi Chen may be able to become the newest demon in one fell swoop. When that time comes, who can fight against him? Damn it, it turned out like this. Old man Ge cursed in a low voice. Originally, they were in an advantageous situation, but because of the sudden appearance of the palm print, the situation changed. Now that Ji Tai was dead, Zi Chen, who had refined the origin of the rules, would undoubtedly become more powerful. For them, Zi Chen is already invincible, so they need to retreat immediately. Otherwise, when Zi Chen recovers, they will inevitably suffer strong revenge. And looking at the current situation, the spiders have launched another attack. It should be that big guy coming out. They believe that Zi Chen will still be in a lot of trouble. Everyone retreated. The failure of the plan this time allowed Zi Chen to gain a huge advantage, but they can't care about it now. Old man Ge said, "Shan Oyu, carefully sense the location of that existence." Shan Oyu looked at old man Ge, very puzzled. It's already very good that the other party didn't take the initiative to kill them. Are we going to take the initiative to attack again? We haven't found the opportunity to become a demon for a long time, maybe it's because they are protected by some powerful existence. Old man Ge explained, "Don't you think that the existence controlling the spiders is very strong? Maybe the place where it is where the secret is." Now that Zi Chen has killed so many big spiders, he must have angered the other side. Maybe there will be a fight between the two sides, and we can take advantage of the time when the two sides are fighting to go to the other side's nest to take a look. Maybe there will be some gains. The others fell into deep thought. This was a gamble. And the stakes were even bigger. Old man Ge continued, "This is our only chance now. If we can't take advantage of the battle between the two sides to obtain the opportunity, then what's the point of us staying here?" They had already seen how difficult it was to deal with the little spiders. If they really waited until those existences were free, then it would be troublesome. Old man Ge looked at everyone. "So, even if we have to gamble, we can only gamble one last time. Success or failure depends on this. If we succeed, we will create a miracle and become the strongest existence in the world. If you fail, the result will be the same. The few of them nodded solemnly. It was indeed as Old Man Ge had said. Under such circumstances, they could only gamble for the last time. The icy aura surged and froze a large number of spiders. Chung Ho punched out. Wherever the fist light passed, a large area of vacuum appeared in front of him. Ning Hua and the others successively attacked those spiders. The four beasts were also following the rules. Some of them were resting, preparing for the rotation later. Before Zichen finished refining, everyone had to carefully deal with those spiders and strive for a long time to prepare for battle. Because no one dared to guarantee how long Zichen's refining would last. If we continue forward, we will have passed through the 18 kingdoms and reached the territory of the Honorable King. It is said that he is the strongest existence in this world. The 18 kingdoms are ruled by him. As long as he gives the order, everyone will move. Let's go, Shui Wu. The two of us will go there and see what kind of background that Honorable King has. Lei Tianxia flew through the sky with Shui Wu. Wherever they passed, no one could see them. He flew past the 18 kingdoms and arrived at the place where the Honorable King was. Passing through the tall castle, he saw the Honorable King. It was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe. The robe had a real dragon embroidered on it, like an emperor of the mortal world. At this moment, the Honorable King was pouring tea. There was a guest. Lei Tianxia looked at the guest opposite the Honorable King. He was slightly startled and surprised. Because that was the Honorable of the Holy Thunder Clan, known as the strongest person in the world, Lei Zhenku. Lei Tianxia had known Lei Zhenku since the previous era. Back then, Lei Zhenku was quite famous, but not as famous as Zichen and the others. At that time, Lei Tianxia was not an Honorable King and was not ranked. In front of Lei Zhenku and the others, he was considered a junior. Lei Tianxia did not expect that at this time, Lei Zhenku was the strongest person. This is the best tea in this world. Sir, try it and see how different it is from your hometown. The Honorable King smiled and handed the teacup to Lei Zhenku. As for the method of picking tea, it was passed down by the old master. Unfortunately, I did not stay by his side for long and did not understand the essence. Lei Zhenku took it and thanked him. Sir, you have seen all the mountains and rivers here. Have you thought of any good ideas? The Honorable King asked. Lei Zhenku took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. Not yet. Sir, you must help me. The Honorable King said helplessly. Now that this world is in chaos, there might be a disaster in the future. I can only go to your hometown to lie low for a while. Lei Zhenku laughed. Lie low for a while? Honorable King, you must be joking. In our world, with your status, you will definitely be at the peak. Plus, you have the power of 18 kingdoms. The original 3 races of God, demon, and spirit will become 4 races. The Honorable King stretched out his hand. In all honesty, this time, I only want to take refuge. If I can see the scenery of your hometown, it will be great. As for power, the Honorable King sighed and looked as if he had seen through the world. I have long since stopped caring about such things. Sir, you don't need to worry about it. If we can reach your hometown, I will do my best to help you. I, Ji Shan, will always keep my word. Lei Zhenku said, I believe that. That is why I have been trying to find a way. However, I am curious about the master you spoke of. He is so powerful, so why hasn't he returned for so many years? Where did he go? The Honorable King shook his head. No one knows where he went. In any case, he disappeared one day later. The Honorable King paused for a moment before saying, maybe, those 4 livestock know. Before Master disappeared, he was with them. Lei Zhenku said regretfully, if I knew where your master went, maybe I would have more clues. Unfortunately, there is no way to communicate with them. Moreover, after we came here, we directly appeared in the kingdom and had no contact with the 4 livestock you spoke of. If we could talk to them, maybe we would have a way. The Honorable King Ji Shan said, then Sir can try to find a breakthrough from the humans. I heard that among the humans who came here, there is someone who has contact with those 4 livestock. Maybe Sir can communicate with them through him. Lei Zhenku asked curiously, who is this human you are talking about? Is he from the spirit race or the demon race? If he is from the spirit race, maybe I can do something. But if he is from the demon race, then I am powerless. Spirit race, I think his name is Zichen. Oh, Zichen? Why, sir, do you know this Zichen? I do know one, but I am not sure if we are talking about the same person. Lei Zhenku's eyes flashed. What do you know about this Zichen? I have never seen him before, so I have only heard some news. The Honorable King shook his head again. Lei Tianxia listened for a while. He was bored to the extreme. Both sides were just probing each other. It was too boring. Neither Lei Zhenku nor the Honorable King noticed Lei Tianxia's arrival. Lei Tianxia prepared to leave. At this time, Lei Zhenku's voice rang out again. I heard that 2 people left this place. This rumor should be false, right? No, it's true. The Honorable King Ji Shan said, there were indeed 2 people who were taken away by you humans. But I don't know who exactly took them away. You are the Honorable King here. How can there be something you don't know? Lei Zhenku was puzzled. The honored king said, to be honest, I know everything except this. All these years, I've been guessing why the other party would take 2 people with them. You should know that there are no humans here, so how did these 2 people appear? Lei Zhenku's expression changed. Is it possible that they found them in a place you don't know and then took them away? Just like this time when the inverted world was opened, didn't you not notice anything before? You know that inverted world, there are no humans in it. The Honorable King's expression suddenly changed. You mean that there are other unknown places here, and there are humans there? Lei Zhenku said in a low voice, maybe there is a coordinate that leads to other places. Lei Tianxia looked into the distance, his gaze seemingly piercing through space to see where Zichen was. At this time, he also fell into deep thought. The last bit of the origin of law was refined by Zichen, and he opened his eyes. The injuries on his body had already recovered. The battle on Chung Ho's side was still going on. Outside of Zichen's protection, the spiders did not withdraw and were still attacking fearlessly. Zichen stood up and stretched, feeling somewhat regretful. He thought that he could really break through and become a demon-like existence in one fell swoop, but now he knew that he was thinking too much. That person called Ji Tai also thought too much. It was impossible to break through. If it was so easy to become a demon, it was impossible for such an existence to not appear in the spiritual realm for so many years. It seemed that he still had to rely on the secret here to have a chance to reach the demon realm. After refining Ji Tai's origin of law, although he did not break through, Zichen also obtained great benefits. The most obvious change was that his perception range had become farther. He was also more proficient in controlling the law. Within the protection, Zichen waved his hand, and rays of light appeared and came to Zichen's side. It was Ji Tai's short sword. Now that it had become Zichen's weapon, it could be fused with his previous short sword and then condensed again. Putting away the short sword, Zichen looked up into the distance. In his perception, there was an even larger behemoth there. P.S. The epidemic has worsened, the city, county, and villages are all sealed. Chapter 47:12. Zichen gently waved his hand, and the barrier disappeared. At the same time, a strong wind appeared around him, blowing away all the spiders outside the barrier. When the other spiders tried to move forward again, it was as if they had encountered an invisible wall. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get within 30 meters of Zichen. As Zichen moved forward, the spiders were forcefully thrown away. However, they maintained a safe distance of 30 meters. Seeing this, the white-furred rat behind him cried out excitedly, indicating for Lord Zichen to come over and help. Although everyone was working together to fight against the spiders, they were already exhausted. Zichen didn't reply. He didn't even turn around. Instead, he walked forward. Wherever he passed, the spiders would forcefully retreat. Whoosh! Perhaps because he thought this was too slow, Zichen exerted force on his feet and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. His body drew an arc in the air. Just as he was about to land, a disk of laws appeared under his feet. He borrowed force from the disk, and the disk disappeared. He continued flying into the distance. "Lord, why are you leaving?" The white-furred rat seemed very disappointed. Chung Ho waved his hand and said, he should be looking for the existence controlling the spiders. As long as we get rid of it, we will be truly safe. Everyone, hold on for a while longer. Because they weren't sure when Zichen would finish refining, everyone had already prepared for a long battle. Thus, they could still hold on for a while longer. In Zichen's field of vision, there was a small mountain. That was the spider's main body. All the small spiders came from it. Zichen descended and stood 30 meters away from the small mountain. There was a huge hole in its abdomen, and spiders were constantly emerging from it. It was like the entrance to another world. The number of spiders would never end. Zichen looked at the small mountain and didn't say anything. Those small spiders seemed to have sensed his presence and kept approaching him. However, when they were 30 meters away, their bodies were blocked. This caused more and more spiders to appear 30 meters away from Zichen. In the blink of an eye, they were already as tall as a person. This height was still increasing, and it seemed like they were going to drown Zichen. The mountain-like spider was still standing there, continuously releasing smaller spiders. Zichen moved. He waved his hand. Ripples surged out from his palm, and the little spiders that were 30 meters away from him all fell to the ground, dead. An intense gale containing wind blades flew towards the large spider in the distance, bringing with it a massive aura. This was Zichen's first attack. The large spider did not do anything else. It allowed the hurricane to approach, and the small spiders died almost instantly. The large spider did not react at all, allowing the hurricane to wreak havoc. During this time, one could even hear the sound of countless wind blades cutting through the spider's body. Because they were very close to each other, Zichen knew what had happened. His expression changed. His attack, which contained the power of rule force, actually failed to break through the defense. Perhaps it was because Zichen was attacking the Spider King, but the surrounding small spiders started attacking Zichen like crazy. However, after reaching a distance of 30 meters, they stopped again. Then, one by one, they began to bite and block their attacks. The rustling sound was accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of gnawing. Zichen's vision quickly turned dark again. The small spiders had blocked his vision again. His vision could not be seen, but his perception was still there. After the hurricane disappeared, the large spider did not leave. Instead, it continued to reproduce. Zichen stomped his foot. The ground shook, and all the spiders fell to the ground. Then, sharp spikes grew from the ground, piercing the small spiders' bodies. Not a single one was left alive. The area in front of him was cleared. Zichen threw a punch. A dazzling light lit up in front of Zichen's eyes. A resplendent fist light went straight for the large spider. During this time, the power of rule force continued to fall from the sky and entered the fist light, providing a part of its strength. This punch was mighty. Just the airwave that it brought out plowed a big hole in the ground. This was also the strongest punch that Zichen had shown since he arrived here. If Ji Tai came back to life, he would be seriously injured by this punch. Because this punch gathered the power of Zichen and Ji Tai's rule force. The fist light fell on the large spider's body and then exploded, forming a wave of air. Countless spiders were blown away by the airwave. The surrounding trees also fell and broke under the airwave. The area within a radius of 30 meters became very clean. In front of Zichen, there was a bigger plow mark. It was drawn by the large spider's body. It was repelled by Zichen's punch for nearly 30 meters. But that was it. Other than that, it did not have any other obvious injuries. Moreover, after the airwave disappeared, the large spider continued to reproduce small spiders to attack. Zichen tapped his foot, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of the large spider. He threw a punch. With a loud bang, the fist hit the large spider's body. At the same time, Zichen felt a dangerous aura. It turned out that more than 10 cold lights flew out from the large spider's body. Like sword lights, they went straight to Zichen. This attack was somewhat similar to the previous one. In his perception, the power was stronger. Zichen's figure flashed again, dodging these lights, and then continued to throw punches. Just like that, he dodged again and again. Each punch had the power of rule force. Banging sounds continued to sound. It sounded like a lot of movement, but it did not really cause any effective damage to the large spider. On the large spider's body, there were constant attacks similar to sword lights. Facing these attacks, Zichen did not dare to take them head-on. Finally, after dozens of punches without any effect, Zichen noticed the relatively slender spider's leg. Once the other party's leg was broken and it could not move, it might be easy to deal with. When Zichen approached, he threw another punch. This punch was at the peak of his strength. After hitting the spider's leg, the other party staggered a few steps. Then, Zichen saw a crack on the spider's leg. There's hope. Zichen's eyes lit up. He had found a way to deal with the large spider. At this moment, Zichen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated. A large white net fell from the sky. It covered an area of nearly 100 feet. It was very huge. Zichen's figure flashed again and again. When the large net fell, he hid outside. Then, a light flashed in front of Zichen. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed toward the place where the spider's leg was broken. The short sword was extremely fast. It was accompanied by rule force. Most importantly, it was extremely sharp. Poof! The short sword pierced through the spider's leg and forcefully severed it. The large spider lost its balance and staggered a few steps back. Then, a second light appeared. It was the short sword that had not been refined yet. It was Ge Tai's rule weapon. At this moment, it was also mobilized by Zichen. This attack was aimed at the large spider's body. The short sword hit the spider's body and exploded with a sonorous sound. During this time, countless sparks flew in all directions. It did not penetrate the spider's body and only left a crack. Although there was no substantial effect, Zichen saw hope. Just as he planned to exhaust the spider bit by bit from a distance, he saw the large spider turn around and leave. The other small spiders quickly surrounded it like solid walls, blocking the direction of Zichen's pursuit. Boom! Zichen put up a defense around his body and forcefully rushed over. After knocking down several spider walls in succession, Zichen realized that the large spider had already left. The other small spiders also began to retreat. This time, the spider's movement came to an end. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any living spiders. All that was left were incomplete corpses. Zichen walked forward and came to the place where the previous battle had taken place. He picked up a thick spider leg. As he tapped it with his fingers, it was as if he was hitting steel. There was a sonorous sound. Not only was it heavy, but it was also very sturdy. It could be used as a material for refining weapons. Even if he didn't refine it now, it could still be used as a weapon. Zichen decided to go back first. He didn't know how the situation was with Chung Ho and the others. However, according to Zichen's perception and guessed in his heart, the spiders on Chung Ho's side should have also retreated at this time. Zichen, who had taken a few steps forward, suddenly stopped. He clenched the spider leg in his hand a little tighter as if he was holding a weapon. He looked ahead, where there was a big tree. There was a touch of vigilance in his eyes. At the previous moment, Zichen's eyes swept across the big tree. He didn't see anything, nor did he perceive anything. But then, there was an abnormal situation. "Come out!" Zichen shouted in a deep voice with a vigilant look. It was reasonable to say that he had just killed Ge Tai not long ago and refined Ge Tai's origin of law. Previously, even the big spider with unfathomable physical strength was driven away. Although he consumed some energy, he could recover in the blink of an eye. Now that he was in his peak state, there shouldn't be anything that made him vigilant. Behind the big tree, a man walked out. Zichen had never seen the other party before, but after seeing the other party for the first time, he perceived two different auras from the other party. One was attraction, and the other was repulsion. These two perceptions shouldn't have appeared at the same time. Soon, Zichen understood the source of this feeling. His expression couldn't help but change. Guardian. Only a guardian could give Zichen this feeling. Only a guardian could explain it. However, weren't there only two guardians? Moreover, he had killed both of them. His origin of law came from these two people. What was going on with the one in front of him? The other party looked at Zichen and didn't speak, but this silence was also a kind of tacit agreement. Just as Zichen was guessing where the other party came from, he perceived the aura of a third person. Like the man in front of him, the feeling he gave Zichen was also a contradictory attraction and repulsion. Chapter 47:13. In the Gaduan kingdom, the guardians were a secret and not many people knew about them. In the past, Bumi led Zichen step by step and set up a trap for the young man in white. That was also because of the orders of the leader, the white-furred mouse. The white-furred mouse did all this because of the orders from the higher-ups. The guardians were a true secret and only those at the leader level knew about them because the guardians were really against people at the level of light fragrance. However, the white-furred mouse only knew that there was one guardian and was not aware of Getai's existence. However, what was going on with the two in front of him? Where did these two guardians come from? Not only was Zichen curious, but even the other two had strange expressions on their faces. They had rushed over because they sensed the abnormality in the rules, but they were too late. Everything was over and they only saw Zichen standing there. The three of them stared at each other, curious and vigilant. They did not take the initiative to attack. The atmosphere was silent and gradually became oppressive. Moreover, no one knew how long this silence would last. May I know how to address the two of you? Zichen looked at the two and took the initiative to break the silence. The two did not respond and instead became more vigilant. Zichen's expression did not change as he continued to cup his fists and said, "I'm Zichen from the Gaduan kingdom." When the two of them heard this, their expressions changed. After which, they glanced at each other and quickly put some distance between them. The expression in Zichen's eyes also changed. Through the expressions and actions of the two, in addition to the intentional words from before, he could faintly guess the identities of the two. This result shocked Zichen and he found it hard to believe. The white-furred mouse said that he was happy here. In the heavenly kingdom, there were a total of 18 kings and the Gaduan kingdom was only one of them. In other words, there were 17 kingdoms and 17 kings in addition to the Gaduan kingdom. If the guardians were not limited to the other world and were only limited to the guardians in the Gaduan kingdom, it meant that in the other 17 kingdoms, there were 2 guardians in each kingdom, corresponding to the speech realm and the head realm. Of course, this was only Zichen's guess. Perhaps there was only one. What Zichen had seen so far were only 2 of the kingdoms. There were perhaps 15 other kingdoms that were similar to the 2 of them. This speculation shook Zichen's heart. Because he and Tai could devour each other, didn't that mean that he could also devour each other with these guardians? The so-called attraction was due to the attraction of the rules. Similarly, the so-called rejection also originated from the rules. This discovery made Zichen feel uneasy, so he decided to leave this place first. After all, there were still many guardians. Perhaps all of them were on their way here. If they were to join forces, then he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Having made up his mind, Zichen once again cupped his fists at the 2 of them. "Gentlemen, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, Zichen was still holding onto the spider's leg. It was unknown if the 2 of them were afraid, but they did not stop Zichen. With a tap of his foot, Zichen rapidly propelled himself forward through the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the 2's line of sight. After Zichen left, the 2 guardians looked at each other. It was unknown what each of them was thinking. At this moment, another person appeared. It was also a guardian. Zichen's perception was extremely strong, so even after leaving, he sensed the appearance of a 3rd guardian, then a 4th, and a 5th. His heart was a little heavy because these existences were very likely to be enemies in the future. When he arrived in front of Chung Ho and the others, the spiders here had indeed retreated. "How is it?" Chung Ho saw Zichen appear and asked, "What is this?" Chen said, I found a big guy. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. It's much harder to fight than the previous 8, but I've already beaten it away. This is a broken leg. I brought it back. Chung Ho took the broken leg and clearly felt that it was heavy in his hand. He held it and waved it a few times. There was a whistling sound of wind. It looks a bit like a sickle. It looks good. Chung Ho clearly felt that the broken leg was sturdy, and there were sharp barbs on the calf bone. It could be said that it was a rare weapon. Then I'll give it to you, Chen said. Really? Chung Ho's eyes lit up. He was clearly very interested in the spider leg. Chen nodded and said, if we meet again, break a few more legs and give them to everyone. These leg bones are very sturdy. They should be able to be refined into weapons when we bring them back. By the way, where are the huge spiders from before? Previously, Chen had killed 8 huge spiders. However, he did not pay attention to them because of Ji Tai's appearance. Han Nu held the 8 inner cores and said, these were found in their bodies. They should be chief-level inner cores. After the spiders retreated, they went to retrieve the inner cores. Chen had killed many chieftains, so he knew the aura of their inner cores. At that moment, the 8 inner cores were flickering with a dark light. There seemed to be a black aura flowing around them. Chen sensed the power of poison through the laws. Then, he thought of Zhong Haotian and said, there's poison power in them. Who needs them? Li Haocheng took one. He needed to study it. As for the others, they shook their heads and rejected it. Firstly, they did not put in much effort and were embarrassed to take it. Secondly, it was not compatible with them. Everyone was still somewhat resistant to poison. Chen looked at Chung Ho, who shook his head and said, I only need this leg bone. Chen put away the 7 inner cores. He planned to give them to Zhong Haotian after returning and let him refine them. Chen did not say anything about the other Dao protectors because Chung Ho and the others could not help. Once they learned about this, everyone would be worried for him. This was something Chen did not want to see. After the spiders retreated, everyone was safe. Everyone's mood to explore new opportunities was still as enthusiastic as ever. After all, everyone had come here for the opportunities here. Chen said, let's wait for a while. The Dao protectors had gathered together. They did not know what the situation was like. If they rashly went forward, they would probably cause trouble for themselves. Chen asked everyone. As soon as they arrived in this world, spiders appeared. These spiders were the most obvious enemies. In that case, it was necessary to follow the direction the spiders had left to take a look. For safety reasons, Chen stayed for a while and then deliberately refined Getai's short sword. He did not have time to fuse the 2 short swords at the moment, so he only did some small refinement. However, this could still improve Chen's combat strength. After doing this, Chen led everyone into the distance. The direction was the direction the big spiders had left. At the same time, it was also the place where the Dao protectors had gathered. Chen predicted that those people had already left. Because there were too many of them, it was impossible for them to fight with each other immediately. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that they had retreated. Of course, they would return sooner or later. Chen wanted to take advantage of the time when they retreated to take everyone through that area and go to the place where the big spiders were hiding to take a look. As for becoming a demon, Chen did not have much hope. After seeing those Dao protectors, he guessed how he should go on the path of becoming a demon. The group deliberately sped up. When they arrived at the place where they had met the Dao protectors again, Chen did not see any other Dao protectors. This proved that his guess was correct. Following the tracks, Chen went to the place where the big spiders were hiding. When he arrived, Chen sensed a battle from afar. He was a little surprised, but then he smiled. Chung Ho looked at Chen in confusion, not knowing why he was smiling. Chen said, we found the people of God and Devil. We should be able to deal with them here. It seems that our luck is not bad this time. Then Chen looked at everyone. You guys hide first. I'll go over first. There were still many spiders there, so it was useless for them to go over. After telling everyone to be careful again, Chen walked into the distance. After quietly approaching, Zichen saw an interesting scene. All the spiders surrounded the people of God and devil but did not kill them. When they got close, they started to circle around them as if they had lost their direction. The few of them were retreating. Their faces were filled with fear and unwillingness. Zichen saw everything. It was not that the spiders were merciful, but that Shan Ou was very powerful. He did not know how to make the spiders lose their target. "Should we go up and try again?" A saint venerable from the devil race said unwillingly, "Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more." Old Ge said angrily, "What time is it now? You're still thinking about that. If you miss this opportunity, you can encounter it again next time. If you lose your life, then you won't have any more chances. You too, be quiet. Don't alarm those big guys." Shan Ou glared at the two. At the moment, he was already struggling. They kept retreating, and the spiders followed them in circles again and again. "Since we've run into them, then I'm sorry." Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not need to be merciful to these people. He immediately attacked. His short sword turned into a beam of light and flew in another direction. There was a big spider there. It was not the one Zichen could not kill before. It was something like a leader. Zichen did not kill it. Instead, he left a hole in its body. The spider was in pain. It immediately broke free from the mental control it had been under. The small spiders that were circling in place immediately attacked Shan Ou's group. Zichen heard a cry of surprise from afar. As for what happened next, Zichen did not pay attention. He walked toward the spider that could reproduce. He had sensed its location long ago. During this time, Zichen used a portion of the laws to create a layer of camouflage around himself. Wherever he passed, the small spiders did not notice. Chapter 47:14. In Zichen's original perception, it was hazy and he couldn't see clearly. Therefore, he hid and approached, and saw an image. In the image, the giant spider that Zichen had broken a leg was recuperating in a small pool. The water in the pool was emitting specks of light. His broken leg was now slowly growing back. It could actually repair itself. Obviously, the pool of liquid that could regenerate the spider's leg and block Zichen's perception was not ordinary. The opportunity that the unwilling gods and demons were talking about should be this liquid. Zichen looked into the distance, where the gods and demons were fighting. Because of Zichen's intervention, Shan Ou's method was useless, and the two sides were fighting. However, the result was predictable, so Zichen didn't care too much about it. Perhaps it was because of this glance, but the giant spider moved. Its mountain-like body turned and looked in Zichen's direction. Just as Zichen was guessing whether he had been discovered, a group of spider leaders started heading in his direction. Zichen knew that he had been discovered, so he attacked without hesitation. Light flashed, and the short sword flashed like lightning in front of the giant spiders. Then, one spider leader after another fell to the ground. The giant spider saw this scene, recognized Zichen, and began to move. The other small spiders found Zichen's hiding place and came in his direction. Zichen took the initiative to remove his concealment method. The moment he appeared, the approaching spiders were thrown away. The giant spider sped up. As for the extraordinary water in the pool, it decisively abandoned it. The other spiders immediately came in front, wanting to block Zichen's path. Zichen's figure flashed, and after a few times, he arrived in front of the pool of water. Surging vitality surged from the pool, and the vitality was unimaginably strong. Zichen reached out and touched it lightly. The boundless energy in the pool seemed to be attracted, and it gathered in Zichen's body. Then, Zichen felt his strength improve a little. In addition to his strength, his body was also absorbing the energy, slowly growing stronger. This discovery made Zichen's eyes light up. Obviously, if he continued to grow like this, his strength might be able to break through again. Even if he couldn't break through, this energy could increase his battle strength again. With this energy, Zichen didn't have time to care about the escaping giant spider. Zichen could tell that the spider was equivalent to a demon. What Zichen didn't know was that when all the spiders retreated, the spiders that were fighting the gods and demons also left one by one. This caused Old Man GE and the others to secretly heave a sigh of relief, saying that it was a close call. As for the reason, they didn't know. Old Man GE asked, "What happened? Did you make them retreat?" After the attack, Shan Ou had been trying to think of a solution, but it was useless. The giant spider suddenly became very irritable, and it didn't listen to his guidance at all. Shan Ou shook his head and said, "I don't know." In fact, he really didn't know why the spiders retreated. Could it be that they met their natural enemy? A sacred master said, "I heard that this thing has many natural enemies. Maybe the natural enemy is here, and it is fighting with it right now, so it has no time to care about us." Old Man GE looked at him and said, "What do you mean? A great opportunity is right in front of us. If we don't go and take a look, wouldn't it be a loss? What if, and I mean what if, we find the opportunity?" Just a moment ago, they were already next to the pool, but just as they felt the wonders of the pool, the big guy ran back. They could only run away immediately. Now that the situation was better, maybe they could go to the pool and take a look. Old Man GE was angry. "At this time, aren't you afraid of death? If we are going to die here sooner or later, why not try?" The sacred master said, maybe there will be a chance." The others were also a bit tempted, because this was the closest they had ever been to an opportunity. After hesitating for a while, they still decided to go and take a look, hoping that there was a chance. They walked towards the pool. Everywhere they passed, there was not a single spider in sight. This made everyone smile. Perhaps this time, luck had really descended upon them. Just as they were about to reach the pool, they saw a person standing there, looking at them with a smile. After seeing the person's face, everyone's expression changed. Old Man GE cried out in alarm, "Retreat, retreat quickly." Everyone began to retreat, and now they finally understood the reason. "Don't you think it is too late to leave now?" Zichen smiled coldly and stood still, but the two short swords, one on the left and one on the right, flew toward those existences. Whoosh, whoosh. The short swords broke through the air, leaving a clear mark in the air. Next to Old Man GE, a sacred master fell. If it was in the outside world, it was almost impossible for Zichen to kill the other party, but it was completely different here. The realms of the two sides were forced to be equal by the rules here, and at the same time, the battle strength of the two sides had reached the same limit. In the situation where there were additional rules that could be used, Zichen had no problem killing these sacred masters. The moment they saw Zichen, their fates were already announced. They could have left, but because of their greed, they lost their lives. One after another, the ancient sacred masters fell. During this time, Old Man GE blocked one of Zichen's attacks, but it was only one. After the second short sword flew over, it killed the other party. When Chung Ho and the others heard the commotion and rushed over, they saw that the gods and demons had fallen in a pool of blood, and no one was alive. A look of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. But what was more shocking was that after seeing the pool, it contained a strong vitality that could be felt even from a distance. "What is that?" Li Haocheng asked. "It should be one of the opportunities here. Everyone, go and feel it first." Hearing that, everyone immediately went forward. Soon, they felt the magical effects of the pool, and all of them became excited. For the giant spider's mountainous body, the pool wasn't that big, but for normal people, it wasn't small at all. Time is of the essence. Everyone, hurry up and refine it. Zichen also walked toward the pool and began to refine the power in the pool. Asterisk 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 Lei Zhengke finished his tea, then got up and left. The Honorable King had prepared a residence for him here. This time, Lei Zhengke did not get any valuable information from the conversation, especially the coordinates that he cared about the most. How did Zichen get the coordinates back then, and where the coordinates were, had always been the biggest secret. The reason why he came this time was because of the various legends in the strange world, and another reason was that Lei Zhengke wanted to find clues about the coordinates here. Lei Zhengke had heard about the inverted world, but he did not care too much about it. He did not even go in to take a look, because it was not very meaningful. Right now, his goal was to wait. Wait for the latest news to come out, or rather, wait for the information he cared about the most. As for the opportunities in the inverted world, he could let others fight for them first. After Lei Zhengke left, the Honorable King closed his eyes to rest. A moment later, a person walked in. How did it go? The Honorable King did not open his eyes. That person said, after the inverted world appeared, it attracted the attention of many people. Those Tao protectors that were created by the monarchs all went over. The guardians all went there. Yes. What are the other kings' attitudes? Right now, everyone is watching. The person paused here, and his expression was hesitant. The Honorable King opened his eyes. Don't worry. Just say what you want to say. For many years, the plans of those kings had never succeeded. In fact, you could even say that they had failed. But this time, because of Zichen's appearance, they seemed to see hope, and intentionally gathered the Tao protectors. The Honorable King laughed. You mean to say that they want to watch the guardians fight, devour each other, and then become fiends? The person nodded. Yes. A fiend guardian is enough to intimidate all the kingdoms. The Honorable King nodded. For many years, they've never succeeded. Now that they see hope, they can give it a try. If they really do succeed, then we. The person glanced at the Honorable King, but didn't finish his sentence. The Honorable King laughed. Don't worry about them. Let them fight. Let's see who wins in the end. Right, what about the other areas? Some people have discovered a few places of opportunity, but they all have powerful creatures. They don't look like the ones we have here. And, supposedly, there are opportunities to become fiends. Not like the ones we have here. The revered king's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he muttered, could it be that he's from another world? He thought back to what Lei Zhengke had said. Your Excellency, what should we do next? Seeing the Honorable King remain silent, the person asked. The Honorable King came to his senses. Ignore them for now, he said. Wait until more important opportunities appear. As for the Tao protectors, let them be. During this time, don't interfere. Yes, Your Excellency. Zichen and the others were the first to acquire the first opportunity. It seemed that the opportunity wasn't small, but it was obviously impossible for them to break through to the fiend realm after refining it. The resources could only strengthen their bodies, and then increase their battle prowess. This increase in battle prowess might not be very eye-catching in this world, but once they returned to the saintly spirit realm, it would be a huge improvement. After all, there were differences in strength even among holy sovereigns. Zichen, who was also refining this energy, suddenly had a change in expression as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Chapter 47:15. As soon as Zichen spoke, Chung Ho and the others were shocked. They all stopped refining and followed Zichen's gaze. They saw nothing. Zichen's eyes were still fixed in that direction. I know you're there, he said in a low voice. I've already guessed your identity. There's no point in continuing to hide. Everyone's expressions changed again. Chung Ho walked out, spider leg in hand. At that moment, a woman appeared. She wore a long white dress and stood barefoot under the tree. She was beautiful and slender. She looked at Zichen with a smile, but didn't say anything. Her smile was very kind. You guys continue refining. I'm going over. Zichen ordered, then walked forward. The others all looked at Han and Yu. Although their gazes didn't change, their expressions were somewhat different. What are you looking at? Hurry up and refine it. Han and Yu glared at them, then continued to refine the energy. Zichen walked forward until he was in front of the woman in the white dress. Tao Protector. She bowed to Zichen. Shongling Zichen. Zichen was startled. Why did you show up at this time? She didn't seem to be hostile, so Zichen naturally couldn't ask her directly whether or not she was here to steal. I want to work with you. Shongling looked at Zichen. How? Zichen was a bit puzzled. I'll work with you to kill the other Tao protectors. Shongling said. Once they're dead, all of the origin of laws will be yours. Zichen laughed. You think I'll believe you? This was no different from a meat pie falling from the sky. Who would put in so much effort and then not want anything in return? How about we step aside and talk? Xiongling glanced into the distance. At this moment, the two of them were not far from where Cheng Ho and the others were. Everyone could hear the conversation between the two of them. Zichen nodded. Xiongling walked forward with Zichen following behind. After walking for a while, Xiongling took the initiative to say, "According to my observations, if the Tao protectors want to advance again, they will most likely have to fight and then devour each other." Zichen said, "I think so too, so there's no possibility of us working together." "Not necessarily," Xiongling said. "I know you. You come from another world. That is where you belong. In the end, you will leave." Zichen said, "What does this have to do with our hostility? After you leave, perhaps the origin of laws will no longer be of any use to you. Perhaps at that time you will take the initiative to give it to me. Even if you refine it yourself, after you leave, because of the completeness of the laws, perhaps I, as the only Tao protector, will be able to obtain a reward from the world." Zichen looked at Xiongling, seriously sizing her up for the first time. It had to be said that her concept was very novel. This possibility might really exist. However, there was still a problem. Zichen said, "What if after killing them, I still haven't broken through? Then in the end, won't I still have to kill you? If that's the case, won't you just make a big enemy for yourself by helping me earlier?" Xiongling stopped and turned to look at Zichen. This possibility is actually possible, but it's not big. Even if it's true in the end, death is death. "Why?" Zichen was puzzled. "Because I will die sooner or later. If I join forces with you, at least I have a chance to survive. Even if I die, I may be the last one. If I cooperate with them, I may be the first to die." There was some truth in her words, and for Zichen, there was no harm. However, the two had just met for the first time. How could they trust each other? Xiongling seemed to know Zichen's concerns and directly said, "I know where a Tao protector is. We can go find him first and use him as our first cooperation." Zichen thought about it and felt that it was feasible. Instead of staying with Cheng Ho and the others to refine the few resources, it was better to find a Tao protector, kill them, and refine their origin of laws. Before leaving, Zichen went back and specifically reminded everyone to be careful. If there was any danger, they should escape first. Compared to life, opportunities were naturally nothing. After that, he and Xiongling left. Under Xiongling lead, Zichen really found a Tao protector. When the other party saw the two appear, he was obviously surprised. Without saying too much, the short sword began to howl. Zichen didn't have time to refine it, so he could only fight like this. Then, Zichen rushed forward. Xiongling was on guard at the side. According to the previous agreement with Zichen, she needed to find the best opportunity to kill in one blow. Perhaps because he was worried about Xiongling, the Tao protector, who was always on guard, was very passive. He was at a disadvantage from the beginning. The short sword whistled past and penetrated the Tao protector's body. Before dying, the Tao protector left a very long knife mark on Zichen's body. The long knife fell in the distance. The Tao protector was dead. Zichen glanced at the wound, and then glanced at Xiongling, who was not far away and hadn't made a move. After Zichen looked over, Xiongling nodded and smiled. Her expression looked very indifferent, but in fact, the shock in her heart had long been indescribable. Because Zichen was too strong. It was so easy for him to kill a Tao protector of the same level. At the same time, she was also very glad that she had made the most correct choice. The origin of the natural law appeared. This time, there was no repulsion, only attraction. In the face of this strong attraction, Xiongling took the initiative to retreat. This was also a statement to Zichen. In fact, talking to Zichen about cooperation was originally a gamble. But in order to succeed this time, she went to some places that she shouldn't have gone to and deliberately inquired about some information. This made her determined to cooperate with Zichen. In fact, this kind of cooperation could be said to be completely helping Zichen. A person who could choose to protect his friends without hesitation between life and death was not bad. This was the key to her coming here. Otherwise, even if Zichen believed her, how could she believe Zichen? Zichen stepped forward and directly refined the origin of the natural law. During this time, he didn't hold back. He had already put away the short sword, but the long sword was still not far away. Zichen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He was going to refine now. Xiongling didn't even look at the saber. Instead, she reminded him, the commotion here isn't small. I think we should leave first. If the other Dao protectors find out that we're working together, we'll be in trouble. Zichen opened his eyes and said that it made sense. Then, he immediately picked up the long sword and walked back the way he came. Once again, he came to the pool where Cheng Ho and the others were refining. They were still refining. Zichen began to refine the origin of the natural law. Xiongling was still standing in the distance, but this time, in addition to protecting Zichen, she also protected Cheng Ho and the others. At the place where the previous battle was, Dao protectors quickly came, but the battle was already over. The original surging power of the natural law had disappeared, so no one could see any important information. Moreover, everyone was fighting for themselves. After appearing, they quickly left and didn't stay here. One Dao protector after another appeared, and one Dao protector after another left. Zichen opened his eyes. The origin of the natural law had been completely refined by him, and his combat power had increased a lot. Congratulations. Xiongling leaned against a big tree. Zichen felt his own state and then asked, is there a way to find the next one? Yes, but it will take some time. Xiongling nodded and then asked, how do you feel now? I'm a lot stronger. If I encounter another Dao protector, I should be able to finish the battle faster. Zichen said truthfully. Can you sense when to break through? I can't. Xiongling was a little disappointed, but everything was within her expectations. Next, the two continued to look for Dao protectors. Xiongling had a special perception that allowed her to sense the location of the Dao protector. This time, it didn't take too much time for her to find the location of Dao protectors. There was more than one, but two of them were engaged in a life and death battle. As they approached, the battle between the two had come to an end. Both of them were covered in scars. Zichen took the initiative to appear. The two turned around vigilantly and immediately fled to the sides. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two short swords, each as fast as lightning, came forward and reaped the two's lives. Then, Zichen took their weapons and left with two origin of the natural law. The two left very quickly because it was very likely that other Dao protectors would appear. In this way, the number of Dao protectors was slowly decreasing. Xiongling used her talent to find Dao protectors one after another. At the same time, those Dao protectors also began to kill each other. After Cheng Ho and the others refined the resources in the pool, although none of them had broken through, their combat power had increased a lot. This made them even more certain that there was an opportunity to become an evil demon here. Therefore, one by one, they went to look for other opportunities and strive to advance here. At the same time, the evil demons of the other kingdoms also entered the inverted world and began to explore the secrets of this world. Zichen was still searching for the Dao protectors and killing them. Whenever he had some free time, he would refine the weapons he obtained. Zichen found that not only could the two short swords fuse and refine, but he could also refine and fuse the other weapons he killed. Moreover, when refining the other weapons, Zichen felt that his laws were perfected. Xiongling hadn't refined a single origin of the natural law. She didn't want the weapons after killing the Dao protectors. Zichen first fused the two short swords together, making them even more powerful. Then, he began to refine the long saber. After refining it into a pure law, he fused it into the short swords. Chapter 47:16. The short sword slowly rotated around him as Zichen sat cross-legged with a long sword in front of him. This sword was the weapon of a dead Dao protector and was currently being refined by Zichen. As for the origin of laws, he had already finished refining it a long time ago. Xiongling stayed not far away, using her perception. It had to be said that it was getting harder and harder to find other Dao protectors recently. Recently, besides the two of them, The other Dao protectors were also engaged in life and death battles, and many of them had already obtained the origin of laws. Xiongling glanced into the distance and estimated that it would get more and more difficult from now on. Perhaps she, who had been watching the battle all this time, would also take action. She looked back at Zichen again. The road Zichen was going to take next was extremely difficult, and she didn't know how far he would go in the end. The long sword in front of Zichen began to change, slowly turning into pure laws. The short sword stopped in front of him, and Zichen injected these laws into it. The short sword began to absorb these laws. This process lasted for a long time, and it didn't require any extra effort. Zichen put away the short sword and stood up. For it to exist in the form of a short sword, it should be related to the fact that you once refined two similar weapons, and everything after that was led by it. Xiongling said as she watched the short sword disappear. Zichen nodded in agreement. I haven't made a breakthrough yet, and through my perception, the breakthrough may be far away. Xiongling said with a smile, that doesn't matter, there are still many Dao protectors. This time, Zichen shook his head and said with a more solemn expression, maybe not. Xiongling fell silent. Previously, when Zichen was refining, she went out several times to try to sense the existence of the Dao protectors, but she didn't find anything. She already had a guess in her heart, but she didn't tell Zichen. Obviously, Zichen had already guessed it. Zichen's voice sounded again, however, this may not be a bad thing. Maybe we can wipe out all the Dao protectors this time. Of course, the process will be accompanied by great risks. What do you mean? Xiongling stared at Zichen in disbelief. At this point, we can only lure the snake out of its hole. Zichen smiled. Do you want to come along? Xiongling nodded. Of course. She could guess what Zichen was going to do. Of course, she would go with him. At this point, the two of them were already standing together. There was no room for retreat. Let's go then. Zichen looked into the distance. He still didn't have an accurate direction. Now, don't you need to wait until your weapon is completely refined? There's no need for that. I don't have a specific goal for now anyway. I can refine it slowly as I walk. Then, the two of them set foot on the road ahead. Along the way, Zichen would use the power of rules to deal with some small beasts that they encountered. Xiongling was right next to Zichen. She was using her perception to search for any anomalies. After walking for about 5 kilometers, Zichen suddenly changed direction. What's wrong? Did you find something? No, I just want to see that big spider. I don't know if it has found a similar place of opportunity recently. The direction Zichen was heading in was the direction that the big spider escaped. During this period, he didn't deliberately speed up. He just mobilized the power of rules from time to time. Just like that, they moved forward for hundreds of kilometers. After spending a lot of time, Zichen finally saw someone. Xionglin's expression changed. She looked at Zichen. Zichen said, "Don't worry about it. Let's keep moving forward." Xiongling was very surprised. Zichen's perception was clearly the same as hers. One must know that this was her unique method and also her proudest method. In her perception, a protector came from behind. He was carefully following them. He didn't try to get close. He just followed them. After following them for about 10 kilometers, the other party left. The two of them pretended that nothing had happened, but they knew very well that the fish was about to take the bait. Same old rules. You watch from the side and help when necessary, Zichen said with a smile. Xiongling said with a wry smile, at first, I was hoping to help a few times. At least I could show you my combat strength. But now, I hope that I don't have to do anything. Zichen said, don't be nervous. Let's see how many people there are. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. Xionglin's smile became more bitter. There are quite a lot of people coming. Zichen's expression also changed. There are quite a lot of people. In Zichen's perception, 4 people appeared, and they were coming from 4 different directions. Soon, the 4 of them appeared in Zichen's field of vision. The 4 of them were all young men. The one who appeared in front of Zichen was a burly man. He held a huge machete in his hand. There were laws flowing around the blade, and there were serrations on the back of the blade. The burly man grinned at Zichen. The two of you are good at hiding. It's really not easy to find you. Why are you looking for me? Zichen stared at the burly man warily. The burly man smiled sarcastically. There's no point in pretending in front of us. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ji Li from the kingdom of Ji Lai. At this moment, a voice came from behind Zichen. Big brother Ji Li, leave this beautiful lady to me. Speaking of which, we have 18 Dao protectors. I didn't expect that there would be such a lady among us. It was a scholarly man. He smiled and stepped forward. His eyes were fixed on Xiangling's back, wandering around her wonderful curves. Ji Li snorted. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and try. However, I have to remind you that she's a Dao protector. She's different from those coquettish foxes. The smile on the scholar's face did not diminish. Big brother Ji Li, you can rest assured. This little brother has a lot of experience. I'll cripple her first, and when she's powerless to struggle, I'll take what I want from her. After a pause, the scholar continued. But according to my contribution, I should be able to get a complete source of laws. How about I take her in completely? Ji Li said indifferently, your contribution was used to exchange for the source of laws last time. If you want to get a complete one, it's far from enough. The scholar slapped his forehead and said, look at my memory. I forgot. Forget it. I'll just enjoy it. Zichen remained silent and didn't speak. The other two didn't say much, but their attention was on Zichen. Zichen could clearly feel the vigilance of the two. As for the casual conversation, perhaps it was just to let Zichen relax his vigilance. Perhaps they already knew that he had killed many Dao protectors. Xiangling glanced at Zichen and didn't speak, but the questioning look in her eyes was very obvious. Zichen slowly shook his head and then asked, so, of the 18 Dao protectors, only the 4 of you are left? The scholar behind said, no, to be precise, there are 6. You didn't count yourself and the little girl. Zichen's expression remained unchanged, and he said, so, after the 2 of us die, one of the 4 of you will die. Ji Li said, this trick of yours is really unpresentable. Is that so? Then I'm a little curious. If the 4 of you come together and I hurt one of you, how will you deal with the injured one? Zichen's face showed a smile. Will the 3 of you work together to protect him? Or will the 3 of you work together to kill him, and then divide the source of laws that belongs to him? When saying this, Zichen perceived the changes in the expressions of those people. Although they looked normal at the moment, everyone's eyes flashed. This problem couldn't be avoided after all. In the end, only one of them would survive. The alliance in front of them would collapse sooner or later. What's more, only the few of them were alive now. Soon, life and death would be determined here. Big brother Ji Li, this kid is more slippery than we thought. He actually wants to use this method to divide us. The scholar smiled sarcastically, but you are too naive. The moment we formed an alliance, it was to kill the other Dao protectors. As for advancing to a higher realm, we can find other opportunities. There is no need to kill each other at all. Zichen looked back at the scholar. Are you sure? Of course. As soon as his voice fell, his pupils suddenly shrank, because Zichen's figure had disappeared. His expression immediately changed, and he retreated. Xiangling, who also turned around, pointed a finger at the scholar, and a straight ray of light shot towards the scholar's glabella. The scholar immediately dodged, narrowly avoiding this attack. At this moment, a solid fist appeared in his field of vision and hit his face. In the situation where the laws were suppressed, the power of this fist was not small. The scholar's body rolled in midair, and after landing, he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. Zichen returned to his original position, and the other 3 were on guard. They didn't expect this guy to dare to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, the speed was so fast. The scholar was not weak, but he vomited blood after being hit by a punch. The scholar's face was a little pale. He stood up and looked coldly at Zichen. Zichen pretended to be surprised and said, you're injured. That's a pity. I don't know if the 3 of them will protect you. I don't think this possibility is big because they didn't intend to make a move before. They even had the idea of watching you die. The scholar's expression began to change, and he glanced coldly at the three of them. Zichen continued, "If I were you, I would withdraw now and retreat to a place where I can treat my injuries. Then, the two of us will fight the three of them to the death. If you can come in time, you might be able to see both of us suffer, and then take a big advantage." Zichen stretched out 5 fingers and said, "You know, these are 5 sources of the laws. Maybe you can take this opportunity to break through and become a demon in one fell swoop." "Humph." The scholar snorted coldly, "Don't talk nonsense here. I won't believe you." Chapter 47:17. The scholar was really going to retreat, which surprised Xiongling. After all, Zichen had only said a few words, and the other party was only slightly injured, which did not affect the battle at all. Yet, it had such an effect. The expressions of the other two also changed. They looked at Ji Lei and were a little anxious. If the scholar left, the three of them might not be able to deal with the two of them easily. Moreover, they had to consider what Zichen had said earlier. This alliance was originally formed because of benefits, and once there were no benefits, the structure of the alliance would naturally collapse. "Larokae, don't listen to his nonsense. The things we agreed on before will not change no matter what." At this moment, another voice sounded. This voice came from another direction, and it belonged to the 7th guardian on the scene. "We've already said before that after killing those guardians, we'll look for other opportunities. If you want to become a devil, plundering is not the only way." After the other party appeared, both the scholar and Ji Lei heaved a sigh of relief. Zichen and Xiongling were not surprised by the other party's appearance at all. The other party looked at Zichen. "You've already guessed it," Zichen said, a little. The other party smiled. "In that case, there's no need to hide it. Anyway, it's the last battle." He waved his hand, and another person walked out from the dark. At this point, all the guardians were present. Zichen released his perception and did not find any other guardians. This time, he believed that there were only 8 of them left among the 18 guardians. Their auras surged out, forming a space around them that isolated the rules. Within this range, no one could use the rules. Zichen looked at the 6 of them and smiled. The existence that had just walked out asked, "What are you smiling about?" "I'm smiling that there are only 6 of you, and you actually dared to ambush me. You're really brave." In Zichen's eyes, they were clearly 6 enemies of the head realm. To put it bluntly, it was just 1 against 6. All this time, Zichen had been using the rules to battle, but in fact, his true strength lay in not using the rules. To Zichen, fighting 6 people of the same level as him was nothing. Thus, under his smile, there was a trace of pity in his eyes. It was really sad that these guys were his enemies. Stay on guard at the side. The main thing is to guard against them. Don't let them escape. Once they escape today, it will be difficult to find them again. This was Zichen's voice transmission, and only Xiongling could hear it. Xiongling was very surprised. She didn't know where Zichen's confidence came from. Let's begin. Facing the 6 powerful guardians, Zichen chose to take the initiative to attack. His target was still that scholar, who seemed to be called Laoka. His name didn't matter anymore. This time, the speed Zichen displayed was even faster than before. Just as Larokae was startled and retreated, the fist had already arrived. This fist hit Larokae's face again, causing his body to flip backward. Zichen immediately followed. During this time, several weapons swept past where he was standing. They were the attacks of the other guardians. Xiongling tactfully retreated, not intending to intervene in this battle. The other guardians seemed to see that Zichen was the biggest problem, so they ignored Xiongling and attacked Zichen one after another. Xiongling remembered Zichen's words. While retreating, she stared at the 6 of them to see which one of them would try to escape. Zichen continued to follow. The second punch landed, causing Larokae to retreat again. Then, the third and fourth punch followed. The others finally rushed forward and joined forces to attack. Under the layers of attacks, Zichen could only give up on Larokae and fight with the others. All kinds of fierce attacks flashed, and Zichen wandered among the attacks. Laro Ka stood up and spat out blood again. His face was ashen. That guy was actually attacking him. If the first punch was only a light injury, then the next 4 punches were serious injuries. Moreover, each punch was much stronger than the previous one. Obviously, the other party had deliberately held back during the first punch. However, Laro Ka didn't intend to warn the other 5. While he was adjusting his breath, he looked at the woman in the white dress not far away. The other party smiled at him and even nodded as a friendly greeting. "I'll deal with you later." Laro Ka gave a cold stare in return. Then, he summoned a sword light and attacked Zichen from afar. At this moment, he didn't dare to get close to Zichen. Jen held the huge machete in his hand and appeared in front of Zichen in a flash. He slashed at Zichen. Zichen dodged sideways and a short sword appeared in his hand. He held the short sword and stabbed it at Jen's heart. Puff! It was completely submerged. During this time, 3 bloody wounds appeared on Zichen's body. These wounds were left by the other 3 people. Because Zichen wanted to see blood on Jen, he couldn't avoid the other attacks. Jen covered his wounds and retreated step by step. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. He didn't expect Zichen to use this move. It was obvious that he was exchanging injuries for injuries. The 3 bloody wounds on Zichen's body were no lighter than his. Xiongling watched nervously from afar. She didn't expect Zichen to be injured at this time. This was not what she expected. Kai. Powerful attacks appeared again. She realized that some of the attacks that Zichen should have been able to dodge, but he didn't. Even if he was injured, he wanted to leave something on his opponent's body. Moreover, from the start of the battle until now, he had only attacked with the short sword and hadn't used the special techniques of the short sword. According to her understanding of the short sword, it wasn't difficult to kill a Dao protector in a surprise attack. As for why, she still couldn't figure it out. However, as the battle continued, the 6 people had wounds on their bodies. Zichen had the most serious injuries because he was fighting 1 against 6. Do it. At this moment, she heard Zichen's voice transmission and attacked without hesitation. However, just as Xiongling made her move, the others were also on guard. Obviously, they were wary of Xiongling. Zichen took advantage of the moment when they were distracted and came in front of Jen. The short sword in his hand once again stabbed into his opponent's body. Another wound for another wound. Jen retreated with serious injuries. He was shocked and didn't dare to move forward. 2 of the Dao protectors went to attack Xiongling, while the other 3 were still fighting with Zichen. The pressure on Zichen was greatly reduced, and he added more wounds to the 3 of them. As a result, the 4 of them chose to retreat and use the weapons in their hands to attack from a distance. Looking at Zichen, who was fighting in front of them, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Xiongling had never killed a Dao protector or refined a origin of the natural order, so she was no match for the 2 of them, even though they were already injured. Her white dress began to be stained with blood, and her aura became unstable. Under Zichen's voice transmission, she immediately retreated. She came to Zichen's side, and the 6 people surrounded them again. At this time, everyone was not in a good state, but looking at the current situation, of course, the side with more people had the upper hand. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was restraining each other, these injuries were actually nothing to the Dao protectors. But now, these were fatal injuries. Zichen glanced into the distance. A Dao protector asked, "What are you looking at?" Zichen said truthfully, "I suspect that there are Dao protectors hiding in the dark, waiting for us to fight and injure each other." The expressions of the others changed, and the Dao protector who spoke sneered, "What's the point of playing these tricks at this time? Even if you can make this world collapse, you still have to die today. Is that so? Then let's see who lives and who dies." Zichen rushed forward once again, and Xiongling helped him from the side. After the powerful shockwaves, the battle once again paused for a short while. This time, the 8 people's injuries were even more serious. There was still no movement in the distance, and in Zichen's perception, there was no abnormal situation. If there are really Dao protectors watching now, they can easily reap our lives. However, Zichen, who was still a little worried, glanced at Xiongling next to him. Xiongling closed her eyes. She, who was riddled with wounds, once again used her innate talent. The 6 people did not immediately take action, obviously waiting for the result. After 5 breaths, Xiongling opened her eyes and shook her head at Zichen. I didn't find anything. Zichen was relieved and sighed. It seems that we are the only Dao protectors left. Ji Lei held the machete and sneered. What, do you have any last words? Of course not, I just feel that it's not worth it for you. Tell me, isn't it good to stay in your own kingdom and be an existence that no one can kill? Why do you have to come out to die? A short sword appeared in Zichen's hand. The scholar at the side said coldly, You're all about to die, yet you dare to boast shamelessly here. Fine, then I'll let you see the true power of my short sword. Zichen let go of his hand, and the short sword floated in the air. Everyone's eyes lit up, as if lightning had flashed. They made different movements, but their movements were all frozen in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, the lightning disappeared, and the short sword returned to Zichen's side. Zichen grabbed the short sword and said, This is the fusion of several weapons. Do you really think it's so weak? In Zichen's vision, the 6 people stood there motionless, and there was an obvious wound on their heads. The wound penetrated the same place, on both sides of the temple. The 6 people widened their eyes and looked at Zichen in disbelief. The situation, which they originally had the upper hand, was reversed in an instant. And it was so thorough. The weapons in the hands of the 6 people fell to the ground, and their bodies were also on the verge of collapse, and finally fell to the ground. After they died, their bodies began to collapse, and the origin of the laws appeared. There were a total of 6. Xiongling stood beside Zichen. This was the first time she saw 6 origin of the laws appear at the same time, and the attraction was almost irresistible. Zichen walked forward and took the origin of the laws. Chapter 47:18. Zichen walked towards the origin of the natural order. When he got close, he waved his hand and collected the origin of the natural order. He also picked up the weapons on the ground. Xiongling looked at Zichen's back. She watched him slowly pick up the origin of the natural order that was very attractive to her despite his serious injuries. She was silent. Her heart was a little complicated, but there was no struggle in her mind. This struggle had ended a long time ago. So when she saw Zichen take away the origin of the natural order and pick up the weapons, she was relieved. At least there was no accident, right? Interesting, really interesting. At this moment, there was a faint laugh. A person appeared in front of them. Zichen looked up at the other party. Just a moment ago, he didn't feel anything. He didn't expect that there would be another person here in the next moment. He looked back at Xiongling. Her expression was the same. It could be seen that this person's concealment method was extremely brilliant. Zichen tried to summon the natural order to restore his vitality, but he didn't succeed. Guardian? Zichen looked at the other party and was shocked. I'm very curious. What's the relationship between the two of you? How did you manage to not kill each other? The man who appeared said uninterestedly. I thought there would be a good show, but I didn't expect to see anything. Instead, you seized the opportunity to take away the origin of the natural order. If I knew this would happen, I would have attacked you directly. Although he didn't directly admit it, he indirectly admitted his identity. Zichen looked at the other party and said, I don't believe that they would get the number of guardians wrong. You're not one of the 18 guardians. The other party smiled. What if they got it wrong? One person might get it wrong, but 6 people together won't be wrong. Zichen said with certainty. So, you're not from the 18 kingdoms. Where are you from? Xionglin's expression changed. The other party looked at Zichen seriously. It seems that your mind is really extraordinary. You can even guess this. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He had said those words on purpose, and his tone of certainty was also intentional. He had never thought that the other party would actually be from outside the 18 kingdoms. Then, the man looked at Xiongling. You look too innocent. If you stay with him, you won't even know if he sells you off. He pointed at Zichen. Do you know how many times this guy has plotted against you in the previous battle? Xiongling shook her head, indicating that she did not know. A total of 3 times. The first time was when you retreated. He seemed to be nice to you, but in fact, he wanted you to attract some of the firepower. The second time was when he asked you to attack. He deliberately tricked you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding his strength all this time. The third time was the last time he collected the spoils of war. In other words, when he left his back to you, he deliberately schemed against you. The other party sighed. What a pity. You didn't know what to do and made me miss another good show. Ling remained silent, not saying a word. The man continued, What's wrong? Are you disappointed? Who would have thought that the person you trusted would scheme against you like this? Zichen had closed his eyes in the previous moment. At this moment, he was trying his best to recover from his injuries. However, his speed was not fast because he could not use the power of laws. As for the other party's words, he did not care. In fact, he could not wait for the other party to continue. Look, he's deliberately acting like that. He's trying to make you think that I'm spouting nonsense. Ling glanced at Zichen. Then, she nodded seriously at the man, implying that he was right. Then, the man looked at Ling with a smile. However, he found that the other party did not do anything. Ling just stood there and looked at him. Why are you looking at me? He's plotting against you. Don't you know? The man's expression changed. I know. Ling nodded again. Then why don't you attack? The man asked, puzzled. Ling thought for a moment and said, I'm thinking about how to attack. The other party was so angry that he laughed. What was there to think about? However, he quickly reacted. A trace of anger appeared on his face. You're toying with me. Obviously, the other party did not believe what he said. However, he did not interrupt because he wanted to buy some time for Zichen to recover. You're courting death. Hearing this conclusion, the other party shouted angrily and immediately rushed forward. A strong wind came head-on, bringing with it an oppressive aura. Feeling this aura, Zichen opened his eyes. He took a step forward and struck out with his palm. There was a loud boom. Zichen's body flew backward and landed dozens of feet away. After landing, Zichen coughed up blood. Zichen took the initiative to block the attack. Ling quickly retreated and came in front of Zichen to check on Zichen's injuries. Today, I'm just teaching you a lesson. At the same time, I'm telling you that there's always someone better than you. Don't be so arrogant. To be honest, I just don't like the rules of you guardians. It's not that I can't obtain them. If I want them, I only need to beckon, and you'll obediently give them to me. After saying this, the other party turned around and left. Zichen stared at the other party's back. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The other party's attack was not as simple as just teaching him a lesson. Now, his internal organs were still surging. The power formed was beyond imagination. How are you? Ling looked at Zichen with concern. Zichen shook his head and closed his eyes again. The rules of heaven and earth began to converge in this direction. Then, countless vitality came with it. This meant that the other party had left. Of course, it was also possible that the other party had stopped suppressing the rules. As the vitality entered his body, Zichen's injuries began to recover. It seems that I've missed an exciting battle. Another voice sounded from behind Zichen. It was a Gushan person. A Gushan person who dared to appear after such a huge commotion was obviously not an ordinary leader. Zichen stood up and turned his head to look at the other party. The surging vitality was still gathering in Zichen's body. The Gushan person looked at him and frowned. Zichen did not pay attention to the other party and just focused on recovering. Suddenly, the Gushan person moved. Without saying a word, he came in front of Zichen and punched at Zichen. Although his injuries had not recovered, Zichen did not panic at all. The rules in front of him circulated. He clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his body. A rule protection appeared. When the fist landed, Zichen retreated. The rule protection was on the verge of collapse. As long as the enemy was not a guardian, Zichen was not afraid of anyone, even if it was a demon. The Gushan person's figure flashed and approached again. Another punch landed. Zichen's rule protection was directly shattered. His body slid back again. His expression did not change. There was even a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. If you don't run next, I'll admire you very much. During this time, the life force of the rules was still surging. Therefore, Zichen's injuries were recovering with every breath. The broken rules would also appear soon. The demon's attack did not consume Zichen at all. The Gushan person turned his head and glanced at Xiongling. She had already retreated far away and had already mobilized the power of the rules. The Gushan person glanced at Zichen again. Then, he turned around and left. Zichen watched the other party leave. His eyes became very cold. However, the appearance of the other party also indirectly proved that he now had the strength to fight against the demon.